Most of the time, being alone at night just means quiet. The hum of the fridge, the sound of the house breathing. You tell yourself it's nothing, because it usually is. But every now and then, the quiet answers back. Tonight, I've got 3 true stories about people who were alone, or thought they were, when something decided to remind them they weren't. A park worker who heard 3 knocks from under the floor, a train attendant who saw a child's reflection in a moving window, and a night porter who followed a red thread through an empty building and found out who'd been weaving it. Before we start, think about the last time you were alone at night and heard a sound you couldn't explain. What did you tell yourself it was? Drop it in the comments. I want to see how many of us pretend not to hear it. This is 3 creepy, true, alone at night horror stories. If you like strange, dark, and mysterious true stories, you've come to the right place. I'm minute 60, and every day I tell stories that sound impossible, but might just be real. Let's begin. Most nights, the park was just trees and water pretending to be asleep. If you worked maintenance like Evan did, you learned the park's real schedule. The daytime crowds made a lot of noise about getting away, but it was the night that actually took things. Heat out. Pump clogged. A smell someone couldn't name. Those were night problems. And night problems were Evan's job. He didn't mind. Night meant quiet roads, no managers, no campers wanting a story. Just him, the truck, and a low band of FM radio that only worked for a handful of miles around the lake. When the calls came, they came in a voice that sounded bored on purpose, dispatch trying not to make it anyone's emergency. At 11:08 p.m., the radio crackled. A woman at the desk said, "Maintenance 12 copy." He answered with his call sign. She said, "Cabin 6, heat's out. Guests checked out early. Key returned. Leave the paperwork on their file." A simple one, thermostat or pilot, maybe a tripped breaker, 30 minutes tops. He told himself that, like he always did, when Cabin 6 was on the board, as if saying simple out loud could make it true. Evan didn't like Cabin 6. He couldn't give you a reason that wouldn't sound silly in daylight. In daylight, it was a postcard. Red paint boards weathered to pink in places, cedar porch with a railing that needed sanding, a little aluminum rowboat flipped belly up beside the dock. The photos in the brochure always showed Cabin 6 in morning light. Pretty. Harmless. At night, it leaned. That's what he told his brother once, when Mike asked why he paused before unlocking 6's door. The cabin looked like it was trying to listen to you, just a little tilt, like a person who wants to catch a secret. You could chalk it up to pitch of roof and the way the porch posts frame the doorway. Or you could feel the small hair raise at the back of your neck and decide design didn't explain everything. He tossed his tool bag into the truck and checked the contents by touch, not sight. Voltage tester, wire nuts, tape, new thermostat boxed and ready. 3 nut drivers in the little side sleeve. He kept the truck neat because the rest of his life showed signs of having been shaken. Rent late, Mum's facility asking for paperwork again, Mike's newest plan to get ahead already wobbling. The bag stayed organized. He could control that. The drive out to the lake was 21 minutes if you drove at night speeds. The road ribboned between dark pines and darker water. Fog laid low in the bottoms like cotton batting. He kept the radio low, a habit from years of listening for small changes. Loose heat shield under the truck. You'd hear it at 35. Wheel bearing beginning to hum. That was a 55 sound. A person standing where they shouldn't on a deer trail. That was a feeling on the back of your neck that didn't care how fast you were going. He took the turn into the cabin loop and the world narrowed. Gravel under the tires, porches appearing and disappearing in the reach of high beams, numbers stenciled on short posts. 4, 5. The trees on this stretch held their branches just low enough to tap the roof rack, like a reminder that tall didn't mean invincible. Cabin 6's porch light was on. It made a cone in the fog. Moths worked at nothing in particular. The door sat half open. He parked nose out. Habit. If you've ever had to leave a place in a hurry, you park to leave. The key box was empty, returned, like dispatch said. He let the door push in with his fingertips and announced himself out of reflex. Maintenance. Nothing answered but the room itself. Warm colours, cool air. The kind of cold that didn't bite yet, just put a hand on your forearm to say it could if it wanted. He flicked the wall switch. One lamp near the couch came up in a sick yellow. The rest of the cabin stayed in its own dim logic, the way rental places do when 100 families have layered their evenings over one another and left. On the table, a folded park map, a receipt, and a Polaroid. People still brought instant cameras out here. The water and the old wood made folks want to hold something in their hand that didn't come with an app. The Polaroid had that specific look. The colour, a little too honest, the edges going soft. A woman stood on this very porch, shoulders hunched inside an orange beanie, trying to smile with her mouth while her eyes did some other work. Behind her, the door in the picture, was a dark rectangle that didn't make sense, the kind of dark that's not shadow, just absence. He flipped the photo over. On the blank white bottom, someone had written a date from a few weeks ago. And a sentence. If you hear it, knock back. He read it twice. Then a third time, because sometimes your brain pretends it saw something else. He set the picture down on the table, face up. The woman's head was slightly turned to the left, as if someone off camera had just said her name. Evan took off his gloves and breathed into his hands. His breath was visible for a moment, and then gone. The thermostat on the wall over the heater read 62 and held. The furnace should have taken it higher than that. He popped the plastic face with his thumb, checked the batteries, reseated them, and gave a little flick at the contacts like you do when you want something to decide to work. Nothing. Fine. He went to the breaker panel in the little hallway. Everything labelled with a mix of neat handwriting and old pencil. Fern looked on. He cycled it anyway. Off. Count 3 on. Listening for the tiny clunk that means at least electricity is making the trip. From beneath the floor the sound came. A relay. Good. He stepped back to the thermostat and bridged the call terminals with his screwdriver. Below, the furnace cleared its throat. A small win. He felt it in the way his shoulders dropped a quarter inch. Night work is a game of gathering those. While the system spun up, he took a slow inventory. Bathroom clean, light off. Bedroom tidy, bed still made, but the top quilt wrinkled like someone had sat there for a while trying to do math they didn't like. A half-full travel mug on the counter with a lipstick colour he couldn't place, not red, not pink, something in between, like fruit that hadn't decided. A plastic grocery bag with 2 granola bar wrappers in it, and nothing else. He pushed the back door open with 2 fingers. The porch boards flexed under his weight. He stood where the woman in the picture had stood, because you can't not, and looked at the lake. The water at night is a mirror for a room that doesn't have you in it. Wind barely made a texture on it. Somewhere beyond the fog, a bell rang once. The lazy, stomach-low sound of metal hitting metal. He put it in the buoy in the cove category and told his brain to leave it there. The summer crew pulled the bells in October, but sometimes people didn't get around to things when they said they would. He could ask later. Inside again, the air pushed warm from the floor vents. He picked up the Polaroid and held it in that same warm current without meaning to, as if heat might loosen whatever the woman's face wouldn't say. If you hear it, knock back. He set the photo in his jacket pocket, not so much to keep as to keep from having to look at it. People leave notes for the next person all the time. Little warnings, little tips. Don't trust the deck chair. Use the back road if it rains. Some are jokes they're too smart to laugh at. Some aren't jokes. He moved to the bedroom closet. The maintenance sheet for cabin 6 had 100 small things checked off and one note that reappeared every few years in different handwriting. Crawl hatch, hinge squeaks. It was a detail he carried like pocket lint. He reached behind the coats and touched the plywood square where a handle sat recessed. He didn't open it. Not yet. The furnace was running. If there was a problem down there, he'd hear it soon enough. He listened. The cabin gave him the sounds it was willing to. Duct metal expanding, the little pinging ticks that mean you're going to get heat, the whisper of forced air finding the path it takes every winter. And then quiet. Not silence. Quiet. The difference being, silence is absence. Quiet is presence holding its breath. He walked the perimeter again because movement is an answer when your body asks a question it can't put words to. His boots made small, chalky sounds on the boards. The corners of the room had that old place smell of dust, warmed back to life. He checked the thermostat. Up 2 degrees. He wrote the time on the post-it he would leave on the desk. He should have left then. He knows that now. He could have labelled it thermostat stuck, replaced, and driven back to the shop, put his tools away, and made a late sandwich at the counter while the cat watched like it always did, more interested in the bread bag than him. Instead, he decided to be thorough. Night makes you picky when you're alone. He crouched to feel the air coming out of the vent by the couch. Warm. He tapped the grill with 2 fingers. A habit. Once, a mouse nest had ridden along a duct into a room like confetti. He didn't want that surprise again. His knuckles made a little wooden tock against the floorboards. From under the floor, 3 small knocks answered. He stayed in the crouch as if standing quickly might pull a response from his ribs. He pressed his fingers flat to the wood. "Pipes!" he said out loud, because the first thing you do when something doesn't fit is hand it a reasonable explanation. "Heat expanding!" He knocked again, a normal knock without rhythm. 3, exactly like the first time, spaced evenly as if the wood itself had a metronome inside it. He stood all the way up. The blood did that hot, then cold thing. He looked at the door to the porch because doors are the places we make sense of. He looked down the short hall to the bedroom. He looked at the closet he hadn't opened. He put 2 fingers against the back of his neck where the hair had risen to vote. "Okay," he told nobody, because there's a version of you that knows what you're capable of, and it needs to hear you say it. He took out his phone and set it to record, and put it on the table, screen down, microphone facing the floor. It felt silly. It felt necessary. He walked to the closet, slid the coats aside and worked the recessed handle of the hatch. The hinge made the sound he expected. Not a scream, just a tired, "I'm awake." He propped it with his shoulder while he reached for the flashlight in his bag. The earth under there smelled like a basement that forgot it was a basement. Cool dirt, spiderweb. The rectangle wasn't high, a knee crawl space threaded with ducts and the galvanized belly of the furnace. His light hit the silver and came back too bright. He clicked the beam down a notch and let his eyes actually see after the first impression. No raccoon eyes, no skitter of something that lives on its nerves. The dust on the plastic vapor barrier lay undisturbed except for a few stretches near the far block wall where someone, sometime, had laid boards to keep from sinking into the earth. He listened. The furnace was in its steady part. That reassuring gasoline smell heat without the gasoline smell, just a soundtrack his body associated with We're not freezing tonight." Air moved past his cheek from the return. His light panned left to right and back again. He saw the underside of the living room floor, joists at regular intervals, nails shining where someone had missed and then hit. A candy wrapper from 100 years ago peeking out from a beam like a flag. He pulled himself forward on elbows. His shoulders didn't like the angle, but they complained without malice. He reached the place where the living room ended, and the ground stepped a little lower. The foundation made a dogleg here, the kind of odd choice you only see when you're under a place. His light found 3 things at once: a drilled hole in a beam that shouldn't have a hole, a fine, clear line disappearing into it, and a little wooden bead tied to the line like a pull chain. He didn't touch it. He looked at it the way you look at a bug you haven't decided to move yet. The hole's edges were clean. Whoever drilled it didn't rush. The line, fishing line probably, was taut. It ran through the beam and into the darkness on the other side, where his light couldn't bend to follow. He shifted to get a better angle and knocked his shoulder against a joist. Above him, 3 knocks came back, patient, almost polite. He said a word he wouldn't say in front of his mother. It didn't help. He clicked the light off and on again as if the world might reset with a power cycle. Thermal expansion can do things you'd swear a person did. Heating wood changes, shapes you can't see, pipes tick, ducts ping. But there's a way heat sounds when it decides to speak. It's random, it's apologetic. It doesn't count to 3 and keep time. He eased a hand forward and touched the fishing line where it entered the hole. It vibrated with a faint, living tension. He pulled, barely. In the room above, the 3 knocks answered in the exact rhythm of his tug. He let go like it had burned him. He lay there for a second, with his cheek against cool plastic, and let his body have its panic. Heart too fast, breath too shallow, hands that forgot how to be hands. Then he did what he could control. He took the phone from his back pocket, turned the flashlight off, and let the little red rec dot on the voice memo app glow, like all that technology could promise him was that it would remember. "Hello," he said softly. The way you talk into the space under a bed, when you know there's nothing there and also you'd like some proof. Nothing. He reached out to the line and gave it 1 tap. Not 3. Just a hello-shaped touch. Above, 1 knock, then quiet. He angled his head until his ear was almost against the beam itself, as if wood could conduct a voice where air wouldn't. "Is someone?" he started, and didn't finish, because finishing questions like that invites answers you might not want. The plastic under him made small, crinkling noises where his jacket brushed it. Far away, the lake bells sounded again, or he thought it did. It felt impossible that he could hear it under here. Sound does things through Earth if it wants to. He told himself the wind had shifted and brought noise in through some vent he hadn't seen. He moved the light to the far side of the drilled beam. The hole on the other side was there, just a dark mouth he couldn't see through. Beyond it, the ground dipped into a shallow channel. Someone had drawn in the dirt. Not a picture. A line. The channel ran from the hole toward the block wall and then turned sharply right, following the foundation, like the way water chooses the easiest path and then gets stubborn about it. He pictured someone under here on their side, laying this out. The cabin had been built in the 70s. The beam was that old. The hole cut was not. It had clean edges and a kind of care. Newer. Recent enough that the sawdust around it still clung to the beam in a faint, dark halo. He swallowed. His mouth felt wrong. Too dry and also too full. He was aware of a ridiculous detail. The grit on his tongue tasted like cedar and old pennies. The knocks came again. 3. Same rhythm. Closer somehow, not in distance, but in attention. Like the difference between hearing someone in another room and hearing them at the doorway. He pressed the phone to the beam this time. If nothing else, the recording would catch the woods side of the sound. The little red bars on the app jumped in 3 measured blips. He watched them like they were weather, and he could learn how to dress by looking. "Okay," he said. "And because saying the same word 3 times sometimes proves you own it," he said. "Okay, okay." He pulled back out of the hatch. He wanted space around him when the next strange thing happened. He wanted to not be lying down for it. In the living room, the lamp's light felt less like a choice and more like a spotlight. The room was clean in that rental way where things don't have stories because any story would complicate the next stay. He glanced toward the door to the porch. The night outside looked like a second room the cabin didn't pay rent for. He followed the fishing line's likely path in his head, from the hole in the beam to somewhere under the couch, under the rug, to where above he had seen... what? He pulled the rug back with his boot, a pinhole in the floorboards, the width of a pencil lead. The line came up here and threaded through a small wooden bead. A pull, like for a ceiling fan. He lifted the bead with 2 fingers and let it fall gently. 3 soft knocks rose from beneath him again, not loud, not theatrical, enough to make the nerves in his wrists answer like struck tuning forks. He looked at the table. The Polaroid lay where he'd left it. He picked it up. The woman on the porch had a look now that he hadn't noticed the first time through. The look of someone waiting to hear their own name, followed by a decision they don't want to make. He turned the picture over in his hand. His thumb found the words again. If you hear it, knock back. Something about the way the sentence sat on the paper made it feel older than the ink. Like she had written it the way people write the time of a loved one's flight on their palm. Not to tell the world, but so they wouldn't forget to do the thing the day asked of them. The heater cycled off. The fan spun down to a hush. The listening quiet in the room got bigger in its place. He waited without moving. When you want a thing you don't understand to make its move, you stop giving it the rhythm of your own body to play. The knocks didn't come. The room stayed very carefully ordinary. The only sound was a car far away on the county road taking a curve with a little too much faith in dry pavement. He let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding and went to the thermostat. Up another degree. The sensible part of the job had gone well. He could leave now with a clear conscience and a working system. He wrote, replaced stat, system heating normally, on the post-it and stuck it to the map. He slid the photo into his jacket pocket again, meaning to leave it with the front desk in case the woman called back. He packed his bag, zipped it to the stop, and set it by the door. Then he did one last loop of the room, because leaving without looking again would sit wrong in his bones and wake him up later in the night with that feeling you get when you can't remember if you lock the door. He stepped onto the porch. The fog had thickened. The night made the water look like a dark piece of sky that didn't get the memo. The bell out there stayed quiet. The trees on the opposite shore were just a promise. He heard it then. Not the knocks, a breath. Not his, not near. From under the porch or under the floor it was hard to tell, the way sound from wood travels wherever it wants to. He went back inside, shut the door gently, and stood in the middle of the room with his hands in the pockets of his jacket, thumbs catching on the seamed edge of the Polaroid like worry beads. He stared at the bead on the floor, at the line vanishing through the pinhole, at that small choice presented to him as if by a stage hand. He lifted the bead with 2 fingers and let it drop. Knock, knock, knock. He swallowed. "Who's down there?" he asked. and immediately hated how big the question was. He rephrased without thinking. Can you hear me? From under the floor, between the joists, through the drilled beam and the line, and the way the cabin had been built 50 years ago by people who never thought their boards would listen, a voice came back. A woman's. Dry from not being used, not quiet scary, tired scary, the kind of tired that has nothing left to pretend with. "Find me," she said. Evan didn't move for a count of 3 that felt like 30. The phone on the table recorded red bars that jumped smaller for voice than for knocks, as if the world itself was built to register impact more easily than plea. He picked the phone up and said, because he couldn't think of a better sentence in the entire language, "Where?" Under the floor, the line thrummed with a plucked string sound. The word came back, like breath pushed through a narrow place. "Under." He looked at the closet door, at the hatch he'd propped, at the darkness he'd crawled into already. He looked at the bead on the floor for no reason other than it had become a character in his night. He said "okay" again, and this time the word meant something. It meant he was going back under. It meant whatever this was had moved out of the category called "explain it away later" and into the category called "this is happening to you now." He set the phone to keep recording. He slid the bead into his pocket beside the photo. He moved toward the closet and knelt. His knees made a sound he pretended not to hear. He put his hands on the hatch and pulled it up and leaned down into the square. The furnace, on its own schedule, started again. The warm air lifted against his face like a warning not to go where warm air doesn't go. He lowered himself into the crawl. Behind him, on the table, the Polaroid lay for a second where his jacket had brushed it free. The woman on the porch in the picture looked a degree more worried than before. That was just a trick of the light. You could prove it in the morning. Under the floor, the dark waited like a room that knew his name, and somewhere in that dark, beneath a beam drilled on purpose and a line strung by a careful hand, something that had learned how to speak through wood was ready to talk. He reached forward. The earth took his weight. The plastic complained. He pulled himself toward the beam and the hole in the single word that had turned his night from a job into a story. "Under," she'd said. So he went. Under the floor, everything is closer than you want it to be. The beam with the drilled hole was exactly where he'd left it, but now it felt like it had moved an inch closer to his face. Evan held his light down by his cheek and let the beam wash over dirt first, then wood, then the thin, clear line threaded through. The plastic sheeting whispered under his jacket whenever he breathed. "Under," the woman had said. He had that word caught behind his teeth as he slid forward on his elbows. He kept his head low to avoid cracking it on the joists. Once is enough for that lesson. His knees followed the practiced choreography of someone who'd spent too many nights in crawl spaces, shoulders turning just so to slip past a duck strap, hips angled to keep the flashlight beam where it had to be. "Can you hear me?" he asked, softly, to the hole. He felt stupid for a beat, then felt less stupid when the line travelling through the hole made the faintest sound, a dry guitar string twang, quickly swallowed by earth. "I can," the voice said, closer than before, breathier, like a throat that hadn't been used in a while was remembering how to shape words again. "Okay," he said. "Okay." And then, because names make things real and survivable, "My name's Evan." Silence on the other side of the beam. He waited. There's power in waiting. You give the other person room, and sometimes they fill it with the thing they were afraid to say. At last. June. He flinched, not at the name but at the feeling that came with it. It wasn't a ghost's name. It wasn't a monster's noise. It was a person, and people mean paperwork and hospitals and police and time, a tangle of everything his night shifts let him forget about for a few hours. "June," he repeated. "Are you stuck?" A breath. "Not anymore," she said, and the way she said it suggested stuck wasn't the right word. Not exactly. "I can move, just not where he wants." "Who's he?" Another pause. The line vibrated again like she was thinking with her hands. "The owner," June said. "He made tunnels." Evan angled the light past the beam into the narrow trench he'd noticed before, that shallow line drawn into the dirt like a finger wedge. Now that he was closer, he saw the trench had been compacted, not just scraped. Somebody had pressed the path smooth with the flat of a tool, maybe a little garden trowel. It ran to the block wall, turned, and followed the foundation in a neat line. A second trench, thinner, branched away and vanished under the furnace. "Why?" he asked, and the question felt too large. He made it smaller. "What are the tunnels for?" "For sound," June said, "and air." A wet swallow then, and control. Evan shifted his weight to keep the circulation going in his forearms. His light flicked across the joists, found the return duct, and traced it back until the beam kissed a rectangular cutout in the subfloor that had been patched from below with a screwed-on plate. The plate wasn't factory. The screws were newer than the wood. A service access? Or something else? "How long have you been under?" he asked. "Since October," she said. He thought about the date on the Polaroid. But that's not how long he's had it. He's had it for years. Her voice went dry. "He doesn't like when the place goes quiet." He made a way to make the quiet talk back. The hair on his arms felt the sentence before his brain did. The bead in his pocket pressed hot and small against his thigh, like a coin you forget you're carrying, until it adds weight to your night. "June," he said, "I'm going to move to the wall. I need to see what's over there." He slid past the beam. The hole eyed his shoulder like a keyhole that resented not being used. The trench widened just enough to keep his elbow out of the dirt. His light found scars on the block, 6 wooden dowels pressed into 6 board openings, flush with concrete, cut clean. Beside them, a 7th hole, open. He put his fingers on the dowel nearest him and felt the wood's cool, oiled smoothness. They weren't plugs for show. They were valves. "June," he said, "what are these?" "Breathers," she said. He calls them breathers. They go to the outside, but he keeps them closed unless he needs them open. He could hear her moving too, a soft cloth sound, then a tiny cough. He said, "You have to ration air, or people start thinking for themselves." Evan closed his eyes and saw the porch, the lake, the October bell that shouldn't be there. He pictured 6 neat holes punched through the foundation to the open air, corked with dowels like somebody bottling night. He worked one dowel with his fingers. It was snug. He rocked it. The wood squeaked, broke free, slid out. Cold air brushed his cheek. The smell of the lake shouldered in, mineral and damp and clean. For a second, the world was 2 rooms trading a breath. "Better," June said, and the relief threaded through the single word made Evan want to put his head down on his forearms and be that fragile for a whole minute. "Okay," he whispered. He replaced the dowel so he wouldn't change the airflow without a plan. He kept creeping, following the trench. The furnace's belly loomed to his right, radiating a comfort that felt counterfeit now. He aimed the beam farther and almost missed the seam. A rectangle in the earth darker than the soil around it. He brushed the surface with his glove, and dust rose like a held-in sneeze. It wasn't earth. It was plywood, painted to look like earth, and sprinkled with a thin layer of dirt. Its edges sat in a shallow channel, and a narrow ring pull lay embedded in a cutout, hidden under a dusting of soil like a coin at the bottom of a fountain. He stared at it long enough to hear his heart in the little cavern. The ring pull was small, made for a fingertip, not for full hands. But it would pull the panel if he committed to it. He knew that in the way you know when a door is fake locked. "June," he said. "Are you in there?" "No," she said quickly. "No, I was. He kept me there when he thought I would try to leave without him knowing." She sucked in a breath that sounded like old paper. "I got out because he got sloppy. I'm past the beam now. He hates that." "Where are you now?" "Between." She made a sound that wasn't quite a laugh. "Between is where he forgets to look." Evan put his finger through the ring pull and tugged. The plywood rose with a sticky sound. A colder air exhaled. His light found a drop, not far, maybe 18 inches, and then a sideways space, coffin narrow, running parallel to the joists. The bottom was packed dirt, the sides were raw concrete. The top, he flicked the beam upward, was him. The bottom of the floorboards. He was looking into a second crawlspace below the crawlspace, a secret hallway. Inside, along the concrete wall, lay a white bucket with a lid. Next to it, a coil of clear line, a roll of duct tape, a box cutter, a small plastic organizer with compartments, each stuffed with nails, screws, and those little wooden beads like the one in his pocket. He didn't realize he had whispered Jesus until he heard his own breath hitch on the S. June's voice came soft. "He calls it the mouth." Evan knew why. In the mouth, you control what goes in and what comes out. You feed and you are fed. You hush a sound before anyone else hears it. You swallow what you don't want the world to know. He pulled the panel a little higher, set it aside, and slid himself into the lower void until his chest rested on the concrete edge. He kept most of his weight out. Bad leverage, but he didn't want to commit before his brain had caught up with his hands. He opened the bucket. The smell hit first. Not rot, not chemical. An adhesive sweetness like tape and rubber, and something else faint underneath. Breath trapped too long. Inside, duct tape, a flask cap with the lipstick colour he'd seen in the kitchen, a cracked plastic comb, a Polaroid with its emulsion bubbled from moisture, and a hotel keycard from a brand that wasn't anywhere near this county. He swallowed hard, put the cap back, replaced the lid, and wiped his palm on his jacket as if he could unfeel textures. "June," he said, "why the knocks?" He kept his voice steady because it mattered. "Why build that line and the bead?" A rustle. "Because sometimes," she said, "people are in the cabin when he's here." Another breath. "Because he wants to be the only one who hears you. The bead, it's for the ones who are left alone later. If you hear it, knock back." Her voice dropped to a ribbon. "I left that note." He didn't know I had the picture. Evan closed his eyes. The woman on the porch in the Polaroid, orange beanie, shoulders up. He'd thought she was grimacing at the cold. He thought other things now. "Where is he?" Evan asked, and hated how it made his voice smaller. "Here and not here," she said. "Gone when you want him here. Here when you want him gone." A scrape. Close. He checks the bead. If it's different, he teaches. Evan replaced the panel carefully. He backed himself out with control he didn't feel. The plastic under his chest squealed. He held still until his heartbeat backed off its sprint. The furnace hum sat heavy. The dowel he'd loosened earlier seemed to breathe against his cheek. "Okay," he said. "I'm going up. I'm calling it in. Stay close to the beam. Don't make sound unless it's me." June didn't answer for a long 2 beats then. He listens through the line. If you pull it, he knows. He likes to know. Evan reached and felt the fishing line where it entered the hole, then followed it with his fingertips to the bead above. He didn't tug. He pinched it gently and let tension accumulate on his nail, then let it go. A tiny, safe signal, a promise. He backed to the hatch, clambered up into the closet, and eased the plywood down. He closed the closet door and stood in the bedroom, every muscle trying to make him taller than fear. Inside the cabin, the sounds came back wrong at first, as if his ears had stayed under and needed time to climb up into his head. He put his phone on the table, screen up, the voice memo still rolling, red bar marching across the seconds. He fumbled the radio on his belt. "Dispatch, this is Maintenance 12 at Cabin 6, he said. "I need county deputies, possible trespass, possible false imprisonment, possible—" He heard himself. "I need officers." There was a textured pause, the kind where you know the person at the other end has pulled the headset away from their ear and is frowning. 12, say again, the woman said. He resaid it, this time in the clipped words that get other people moving. He gave the map coordinates. He said the phrase that opens doors. "We have an occupant in distress." He added, because he had to, "I am safe for now." He wasn't sure it was true, but you say what you need to until it becomes true. "Copy," dispatch said. "County is rolling. ETA 28 minutes. 28 minutes is a lifetime if your night is normal. It's 15 heartbeats if it isn't." "Stay on the line." The dispatcher's voice went quiet and wide, the way people's voices do when they have decided to imagine you as a person instead of a problem. "Do you have visual on the subject?" "I have a voice," he said. "She's under the floor." A small rustle on the line. "Okay," she said, adjusting to a story that didn't fit the boxes. "Do not engage. Maintain position." He was about to say copy when the cabin made a new sound. Not the furnace, not a knock. The tiny click of a switch. The lamp's light dimmed, then went brighter, then steadied. Someone had touched the dimmer by the door. Evan turned slowly, as if his head were full of glass, and he didn't want any of it to tinkle. The front door was closed. The lock sat in the position he'd left it. The porch beyond the window was empty. But the dimmer slider had moved. He could see the stripe of clean wood where dust had been cleared by a fingertip. The bead on the floor twitched. He didn't touch it. He looked at the closet instead, the hatch he'd closed, the door to the hall, the 4 places a person could be in this room and not be seen. "June," he said, not raising his voice. "Stay still." He breathed in. He breathed out. He put his hand on the bead, not to pull, just to feel the temperature of it, the life. It was warm. It shouldn't have been. And then from beneath the floor, in that steady, polite rhythm, 3 knocks came. But these were not June's. They were heavier. They were not asking to be found. They were telling. Evan lowered his hand from the bead. He felt his thumb brush the Polaroid in his pocket, felt the ridged edge of the cardboard and the tiny rise where the ink had pressed heavier on the last word. If you hear it, knock back. Not because the thing below wanted to. Because the person below might need to know someone above was listening. He tapped the floor 3 times with his knuckles firmly. He put the radio to his mouth and said, "He's here." When the world decides to get loud, it does it fast. The first thing that changed was the furnace, relay click, flame cut, blower shutting down. The cabin's heart stopped beating, and Evan had the strange thought that someone had put a hand over a mouth. The second thing was the temperature. Without heat pushing, cold crawled first into the joints, a slow draining. The third was movement, a shadow where it shouldn't be, neither floor nor wall, but underneath, and June whispered, tight as wire, "He's between." Evan spoke into the radio, low. "He cut the heat. He's under the floor." Dispatch told him units were en route and to stay put. He set the radio on the table, keyed open so the microphone could be his witness later, and stepped back until his heels met the baseboard. He kept his eyes on the bead. Somewhere below, he heard long, patient tape being peeled from plastic, like someone unwrapping a present carefully so the paper could be reused. A panel whispered closed, not the closet hatch, but the second, hidden one, the mouth. The bead jerked once, the line went slack, then tightened as dirt slid and weight shifted. Evan's throat went dry. He didn't know the exact path of the second void, only that it meant someone had a tunnel parallel to the joists where a man could crawl unseen and stop beneath another man to think about what came next. June's voice came small through the beam's hole, telling him not to look, because that was exactly what the man below wanted. Evan asked where she was. June whispered she was near the wall, by the breathers. One would be open because he needed to know he could get out. Evan pictured 6 dowels in 6 holes, oxygen measured by a hand that liked measuring. 1 dowel missing now, a finger of cold air marking escape. To cross the room meant turning his back on the closet, the hatch, the bead, the line, putting his attention in one direction, which was an invitation men like the owner loved. The bead trembled, creeping toward the rug hole as though pinched and guided. It rose, met the pinhole, and slipped through. The clear line sawed the floor as it slid, zippering below. Evan didn't move. A hand thudded against a joist, testing, not knocking. The room made the sound bigger, and Evan's brain went primitive, trying to locate the eyes that belonged to that hand. His grip tightened on the table post as he realized the owner controlled everything: tunnels, low ground, timing, fear. Evan reached into his pocket and pulled out the wooden bead he'd taken earlier. Smooth, almost human, it rolled across his palm until he remembered its shape. Then he dropped it 3 feet from the pinhole. It bounced once, bright and tiny. The line twitched toward the sound like a trained thing, then jerked back when it found nothing. A hiss rose through the beam's hole. Surprise. June whispered that he didn't like surprises. Good, Evan answered, surprising himself with how much he meant it. The front doorknob turned softly, the lock held. Something tapped the window glass, once, twice, metal on glass, like someone seeing if it would sing. The man under the floor had a friend or two, or he was both, and realization chilled Evan like cold water poured into a rubber glove. He needed noise, big noise, people noise. He grabbed his phone, thumbed to Mike's contact, and dialed. After 2 rings, he hung up, letting it call back. The phone buzzed angry in his palm. On speaker, Mike answered, confused and waking fast, and Evan told him to listen, not talk, and if he yelled, call 911, cabin 6, occupant below floor, suspect on scene. Mike promised, quiet and tender, the way brothers are when nobody's looking, and Evan set the phone on the table. Evan moved to the closet and slid the door without letting it click. Plywood sat flush, his hand pressed to it, and felt, through layers, the thud of a knee settling. The owner was below, right at the mouth. Evan could hold the hatch closed or open it, and make the space shared. Neither good, both changing the story. He chose neither and walked to the back door instead, opening it to make the night his witness. Cold slapped his face clean. He crouched where the foundation met the boards and lifted the lattice skirt, finding 6 drill-outs plugged with dowels. The 7th hole was empty, a dark breath. In his pocket lay 5 wooden beads and no dowels, so he used a fist-size rock, jamming it in until it stuck. The crawlspace sounds shifted, air pressure changing, weight scrambling. The owner's favorite exit was blocked, not forever, just enough to annoy, and annoyance was leverage. Behind him the front door rattled, but the lock held. He shut the porch door, bolted it, and glanced at the table, the recording line still moving, radio hissing, phone quiet, mic listening. Then the owner slipped, pulled the line too hard. The bead screamed through the pinhole, fishing line snapped upward, cutting air, whipping Evan's shin and drawing blood. Someone below swore, the same syllable, different mouth, and suddenly they were together. He didn't think. He ran to the closet, threw the hatch open, and dropped into the crawl space, deciding that if he was going to fight, he'd do it somewhere he understood the floor plan. The air tasted like dust and labour. His light cut a narrow cone as he crawled fast toward the beam, then veered toward the wall and breathers. He reached the loosened dowel, yanked it, and shouted into the night, "Here! Here!" Above, the front door shattered. Boots, 2 sets, crossed the floor, heavy, then light. Not cops, wrong rhythm. These were boots that had learned where other people walk. "Get the hatch," a man said, flat, like someone who believed in jobs, and the hatch thumped into its frame as another man taped it shut, neat and purposeful. Evan slipped into the second void, the mouth. He didn't want to. He did anyway, sliding through the coffin run with a flashlight clenched in his teeth. He shoved a bucket toward the breathers, wanting everything that belonged to the owner to become obstacles. Above, the hatch groaned under weight. Tape squealed. A screw bit wood. Someone up there was learning how to close it from above. June whispered, close enough to feel her breath. "Left. 3 feet." He followed, feeling the taut line that once held the bead. It guided him to the far beam, to the hole where a voice could be a message. June said, "Here." Then, "Now!" And he didn't ask what. He slammed his flashlight's butt into the plywood edge where the ring pulls sat. The panel flexed, popped, and dirt sighed inward as air rushed. He shoved with his shoulder until the panel dislodged and wedged into a lower run, becoming a door where none had existed. June told him to go. He realized he'd put himself between her and the man without thinking, and felt oddly proud. He wormed forward until his shoulder bumped a shoe. June's scuffed white canvas, mud ground into it. He grabbed her ankle, said "Evan" like a password, and she answered, June, clean and whole. Above, something heavy dropped on the hatch. Men moved, testing where fear lay. Tape squealed, a screw bit deeper. Evan held June's calf like a rope and wriggled backward toward the dowel hole open to night. Cold air stroked his hair. He shouted, "Help!" into the dark, but the lake gave it back wild and useless. He told June to breathe, guiding her to the hole. She did, and hearing it made him alive and hateful. Above, shouts, "Truck! No! Cops!" Then silence from the owner, which was worse. Evan saw her face, dirt, scuff, wide-eyed but not empty, and felt something inside him move. She whispered, they couldn't wait. He'd leave. He always left. Evan said, good, though he wanted the opposite. He wanted answers about the quiet. They moved to the first panel with the ring pull. He levered it up. Above that lay the closet hatch. Above that, the room. Beyond that, the world. But now the hatch was taped from above. Someone sitting on it. Different way, June breathed. Evan pictured the entire undercabin like a map. Crawl, mouth, breathers, dowels, furnace, paths of a man who expected silence, paths of a woman who learned where sound goes. He killed his light and listened. When weight shifted to the far side of the room, he slid the panel shut and crawled to the breathers, easing the rock from the hole. Cold air roared. He grinned. He whispered, now, and together they forced themselves through the dowel hole never meant for bodies. Shoulders scraped, jackets snagged, elbows bruised, dirt kissed their teeth, and then night. Real night, with moon and possibility. They rolled over frozen ground under the porch to a strip of lamplight. Boots crossed that beam of light, slow. The body attached listened. Evan and June listened too, hearing sirens far, then closer, answering themselves. The owner made a choice. The beadless line snapped, the hatch creaked, and weight lifted. Footsteps, 2 doors, a quiet truck, good muffler rolling into the dark. Sirens kept coming. Evan saw June's eyes on the crawlspace, not the road. Survival is about what you leave, not where you're headed. He touched her sleeve and told her they were out. No, that she was out. She blinked once, fast, and whispered, "Not everybody." He followed her gaze. The panel, the bucket, the Polaroid, lipstick on the cap, extra beads, 6 breathers, 2 tunnels, sound trained like a dog. The first cruiser slid in, then another. Lights bounced off trees and lake. Evan stepped out with hands up. A deputy told him to show his hands. He pointed to June, the porch, the foundation, the hole. He tried to say under, but June said it first, calm as a lullaby. Under. After nights like that, paperwork comes like weather. They took photographs of everything, of the dowel holes, of the mouth, of the beam with the drilled passage, of the fishing line snipped and curling like hair. They took the bucket. They gloved the lid and carried it with the kind of tenderness you use for things you don't want to see again, but know you will. They took the bead from the floor and the extra beads in the organizer and the broken line. They took air samples as if cruelty had a scent. They took statements too. Evan told his with the economy you get when you've said a thing 3 different ways already. He made sure to say the part about the bead and the note and the Polaroid. He made sure to say the words the woman's voice had said through wood. Find me. He made sure to say where he'd pulled the dowel. That mattered. Air matters. June told hers with pauses that made grown people look at their shoes. She said the man had let her in, then locked the door, then said he'd show her a trick. She said she'd laughed first, not because she thought it was funny, but because when you sell yourself the idea that a stranger's decision is about you, sometimes laughter is the only currency you have. She said he'd shown her the bead. She said he'd pulled it and made the cabin talk. She said he'd led her to the bedroom where the closet wasn't a closet. She said he'd taught her the shape of the crawl with that same patient voice he'd used to ask her on the deck if she liked the lake. She said when she'd panicked, he'd offered water and a pillow, and told her the mouth below was just a safety thing until she calmed down. And when she didn't calm down, he had shown her how the breathers worked, and then he'd closed 5 of the 6, one by one, with a smooth twist and a little laugh like it was a magic trick, and he was a polite magician who had done this for many audiences. When she said 5, a deputy standing behind her wrote the number down in a neat cop script and underlined it twice and had to stop himself from underlining a 3rd time. June said she'd been there 2 nights. Food came down in the bucket in plastic boxes, water in a sippy bottle like a toddler. The line brought the bead to her hand through the pinhole, and he would make her knock back. The cabin made the sound. She would wait for someone to answer. And nobody did. The first night, she cried quietly. The second night, she didn't. She said she had learned early that some men like tears. He was one of them. She kept hers in her neck and let them burn there. She said when he'd left the second evening, he had forgotten to pull the bead all the way back through the floor. The line got stuck. He'd yanked. It didn't come. He'd cursed and left it. Hours later, she had worked the bead with her fingernail until it had settled back into the hole and she could move it herself. She had lifted and dropped it, tiny and slow. She had taught the cabin to speak her name without saying it. When she finished, The deputy said, "Thank you," in a voice that meant something more complicated than those two words usually carry. By sunrise, the owner's truck had been found idling at the edge of town. He walked into the sheriff's office at 9 sharp and said his name and said a sentence that began with "This is all a misunderstanding" and ended with a sentence that contained the words "consenting adults." He said his lawyer's first and last name. He said he'd rented the cabin out properly. He said the crawl spaces were for storage. He said the breathers were for humidity. He said the bead was a prank from a time when people had a sense of humour. He smiled, the kind of smile that gets remembered in rooms like that. The county smiled back with handcuffs. The records came like tide. The owner had purchased the cabin after a foreclosure in 2011. He had pulled no permits for anything beneath the floor. He had a spotless record and 3 neighbours who said he helped shovel snow without asking. He had a storage unit with more beads. There were other Polaroids. 4. 3 women. 1 face obscured by a hand. The dates hopped through years like stones. No missing persons reports matched cleanly. Nobody wanted that to be true. Nobody wanted the alternative to be true either. Forensics loved the breathers. They crawled along the foundation with flexible cameras and found the dowel holes went dead straight to the outside. 6 pipes of night a man could decide to open or close like a god. They found fingerprints on the dowels, his, a few, and other prints that belonged to no one in the system. They found hair in the mouth's corners. They found, in the bucket's seam, a telltale smear of the lipstick from the mug on the counter. They found tiny wood fibres embedded in tape glue and a single grain of rice. Why rice? Caught in the plastic organizer's hinge. A detective said, "Ritual," and someone else said, "Don't glorify him," and both of them were right in different ways. The lake bell, the one Evan thought he'd heard, had in fact been taken in on October 1st like he'd remembered. But when they replayed the audio from his phone, the 3 knocks, the breath before the knocks, the whisper they were careful not to quote in the report, they could hear a bell, not the lake bell, a smaller ring, a house bell, a service bell maybe, the kind you tap at a counter if you want attention badly and don't mind being hated for how you ask for it. Where had the sound come from? From the bucket? From the mouth? From the line? From the radio bleeding back? From a neighbouring property? Sound has lawyers. It can argue for special treatment. It can show up in rooms that didn't invite it and take a chair. Months later, when the case was quiet and people had stopped saying cabin 6, like it bit, Evan sat in the back of the courtroom on a day the owner tried to explain something to a judge and could not. He watched June sit in the front row, hair clean, a sweater that looked like it belonged to a different month than October. He didn't speak to her. He had once, in a hallway when nobody was looking. He said, "How are you sleeping?" And she said, "Like an old dog, bad but well." He didn't know what that meant. He didn't need to. The owner didn't plead. He wanted a trial. He wanted to make words do what the line had done, pull. In the end, words tugged back. The jury looked at the mouth, the breathers, the beads, the Polaroids. They decided how much was coincidence and how much was craft. The sentence was not enough and too much, depending on which neck you asked. That's how sentences go. The park closed cabin 6. They put a notice on the website that used anodyne phrases like extensive renovation and systems upgrade. They skipped the number when they updated the map. 5, 7, people are superstitious when it costs nothing. Before they sealed the crawl, the real one, not the mouth, Evan asked for an hour. Alone. He said it to the new director, a woman whose eyes said she'd once been a ranger who loved trees more than meetings. She said, "Take 2. He lay on the plastic one more time. He put the light beside his cheekbone and let the beam climb the underside of the cabin's life. He touched the hole in the beam with the pad of his finger like he was closing somebody's eye. He whispered under into it, and it whispered nothing back, and that nothing was the happiest sound he'd ever heard in that place. He crawled to the breathers. He took the dowels out and set them in a row like dull candles. He let night air flood the space until the dirt stopped smelling like a secret. Then he put them back, one by one, because holes in a wall mean things even when they're empty. He held the bead, the extra one he'd kept, up to his own ear and shook it and heard nothing and laughed a small, unhandsome laugh. Then he slid the bead into his pocket with the wrecked Polaroid he hadn't given police because it had stuck to the back of his radio and he hadn't known it was there when the bag went across the table. He'd told himself he'd turn it in later. Later kept not arriving. On his last night shift before the park rotated him to day work, he parked by the lake at 2 a.m. and turned the radio off and sat with the window cracked just enough to let November tell him what was true. Fog thickened, then thinned. Somewhere in town a train blew a low bored tone. Sound carried across the water with that late-night generosity it only extends to people willing to sit still for it. He thought about the line and the bead and the way that cabin had taught sound to do what it wanted. He thought about the note on the table. He thought about all the times in his life he'd heard something he couldn't place and decided it was nothing, because nothing was easier to live with than maybe. He knocked once on the steering wheel with the knuckle of his right hand. Just once, not a code, not a trick, not an invitation, an acknowledgement of the way this world can be taught to speak through wood, of the way people teach it to and why, of the way some of us answer back. Nothing answered, which is the best answer sometimes. He started the truck. He drove home on a road that had learned his tires. He let the cabin be a thing the park would pave over with language. He let June's name be a word he didn't say out loud, so the world wouldn't put a picture to it and sell it. Every once in a while, less and less as the season went on, someone would ask about Cabin 6 in the hardware aisle, or at the diner that pretended it had been open since 1924, or at a stoplight where the other driver rolled their window down to say, "Hey, aren't you?" And he'd say, "Thermostat," or "Pilot light," or "Bad luck," and leave it at that. Not because the story didn't matter, because he'd learned that some stories live better in the quiet where they happened, where people can go be alone with them at night and decide whether or not to knock. When he finally slept, really slept, months later, he dreamed not of the mouth or the breathers or the bead or the owner's shoes on the hatch. He dreamed of the lake with the bell that wasn't there and the note that was, and a woman on a porch in an orange beanie looking to her left at something she'd already decided to be brave about. In the dream, he was inside the cabin and outside at once, under the floor and above the night, and the quiet wasn't a trap, but a room with soft chairs and a light you could turn up or down as you wanted. He woke with that feeling like a coat he could keep, and when the wind slapped a loose gutter against a neighbour's siding and the sound did the 3-beat thing that would make an old version of him sit up fast and listen, he rolled over, smiled at how the world tries, and let it be nothing. Not because nothing is always true, because sometimes the dark is just the dark, and sometimes the knock doesn't need you to answer. Marisol always said Fox Hollow Station had its own weather, not storms or temperature, its air. Inside, no matter the season, there was the faint smell of damp wool and old paper that clung to the polished floor and high brick arches. At night, the building hummed softly, the way tired fluorescent lights hum when no one is listening. She'd worked the closing shift 7 years, tickets, announcements, lock-up, and liked the station better after dark. The day made it crowded and loud, night made it honest, empty but not lonely. Still, She had a ritual because everyone who works alone at night learns one. At 10:57 she walked the platform from end to end, left hand gliding along the cold rail, right hand brushing the lip of the old ticket bin, collecting what the day shed, gum wrappers, crumpled transfers, a coffee lid with a faint lipstick print, a little paper confetti of people in motion. Past the light's edge, the tracks ran into a black that never explained itself. At 11:20 the freight came. It didn't stop. 2 engines, a long chain of flat cars that rattled and sang and left the air vibrating in her ribs. When it arrived, she always turned her back to the tracks and watched the windows instead. She told new hires that was superstition. It wasn't. She didn't like watching her reflection disappear behind something that big and uncaring. So she turned to the glass and let the building hand her face back. Tonight, it handed her something else. In the far left pane, close to the inside of the glass, a small round face appeared, child-sized, and beside it, a hand splayed against the fogged surface, 5 faint ovals of fingers, the exact print kids make on car windows when they want to see more. Her body went still. She glanced at the train, still freight, no passenger windows to mirror anything, and then back. The handprint was gone. She told herself she was tired, because that's what you tell yourself when an explanation would cost more than you've got. Inside the main hall, she flipped the sign from open to thank you, locked the heavy doors, and let her shoulders fall. The big clock above the entrance was 6 minutes slow like always. She stopped trying to fix it months ago. Time argued with itself at night anyway. In the staff room, a small box of a space that smelled like burnt coffee and old steam, she poured what was left in the pot. The coffee never tasted good, but it tasted the same, comfort by repetition. Her desk faced a narrow window onto the platform. Above it, a faded timetable from the 70s, with trains that still had names. The Blue Hen, the Meadowlark, the Quaker. Names sounded like promises from another century. At 11:47, someone knocked on the alley door. 3 quick taps, the sound of cold hands. Nobody used that door at night. It opened onto a narrow service alley, dumpsters, a chain-link fence, steam vents that breathed like old animals. She called through the metal, "We're closed, you'll have to catch the bus," listened, and heard breathing on the other side. Slow, deliberate, undecided. "You need help?" No answer. She slid the chain, cracked the door. Yellow security light washed the concrete. The alley was empty, except for 1 wet footprint on the threshold. Small, heel and arch, and 5 clean toes pointing toward the platform. She shut the door, locked it, and turned back to the hall, and stopped. The platform door she'd locked 20 minutes ago stood open a few inches, breathing in and out on its hinge. She crossed quickly, closed it, checked the bolt, and looked down. Wet footprints, small ones, led from the platform door across the tile, and ended in front of the ticket counter. No return path, no smear, just stop. Her mouth went dry. She followed them until she stood where they ended. The air felt heavier there, like the room was holding its breath. The large pane behind the counter handed her face back. Wide eyes, hair pulled back too tight, breath a little visible in the cooler light. And behind her reflection, something darker than the room. An outline of a man, tall, shoulders slightly slouched, hat brim low, head tilted the way people tilt when they're listening too closely. She didn't turn around. She couldn't. She lifted a hand slowly and waved. Her reflection waved, but the figure didn't move. She took a small step sideways. The shadow stayed. A thought dropped heavily into her stomach. The reflection wasn't perfectly lined up with the real room. If that figure were actually there, he'd be only a few feet behind her. "Who's there?" she whispered. No answer. Then the reflection blinked, just once, fast, human. She jerked, bumped the counter, knocked her mug. Coffee splashed across tile with a slap that sounded too loud. She turned at last, heart banging against bone, and saw only the empty hall. The hum of the lights, the slow tick of the slow clock, nothing else. She looked back at the glass, only her. Her hand shook as she pulled out her phone, pointed the camera at the pane, and started recording. The screen showed only a normal reflection. She leaned in until her forehead nearly touched the glass. The surface was cold in a way that felt clean. For a long moment, nothing. Then right next to her ear, a whisper that didn't belong to the room said, "Don't turn around." The breath caught in her throat. The voice was a child's, thin but clear, riding through glass like sound knows a shortcut. "Why?" she whispered. "Because he's behind you." Her knees locked. She kept her eyes on the reflection. The dark outline was back in the glass, closer now, a hat brim, the slope of shoulders, the faint nick of a ring on one finger. He stood almost at her back in the window world while the actual room remained bare. "What do you want?" Her voice sounded like it belonged to someone braver. The child's voice said, "He's lost." Beneath her palm, the pane began to vibrate, a faint, regular tremor that felt like a heartbeat you could hear with your hand. 3 soft knocks rose through the glass, measured, patient. Knock, knock, knock. She staggered back, nearly tripped over the chair, and braced. The sound echoed small but certain in the empty hall. When she looked again, the figure was gone. The pane was just a pane. Her phone screen had frozen mid-record. She sat hard on the bench, breathing fast and shallow until midnight claimed the clock, and the station felt like a room again. She stood, wiped the coffee with paper towels that left lint, and told herself a story about flicker and fatigue and how old buildings play. She didn't believe herself. She set the towels down, stepped back to the window, and laid her palm on the glass, because superstition is what people call practice when they don't have your job. The pane was cooler than it should have been. Her breath made a soft circle on the surface. In that fog, a small handprint eased into view beside her own, 5 neat ovals, and then, in the faint moisture inside the print, 2 letters wrote themselves slowly, as if traced by a fingertip on the other side. H-I. She didn't move. "Hi," she said, and the word sounded ridiculous and exactly right. The print faded, the condensation thinned, the pain returned her face like a friend trying to keep a secret. She killed the lobby lights, locked the doors, and didn't look back until she was halfway across the street. The station stood quiet and certain under its lamps. In the distance, a horn mourned a long, late note, as if a train had remembered an appointment and wanted the night to know. In her car, she sat with her hands on the wheel until her pulse relearned walking speed. As she turned the key, something tapped once on the passenger window. Light, precise, not her imagination. She looked over, nothing there, only her reflection in the dark glass, and the streetlight leaning into it. She drove home on empty roads and told herself she would sleep. The next evening she was early. She went to the same window first thing, put her palm flat against the pane, and counted to 10. Nothing. Good. A small good, but she'd take it. She did the platform walk and at 11:20 turned to the glass as the freight blurred by. For a second she saw only herself, then in the corner of the pane, the child's face again, close enough to miss the inside. Palm to glass, serious eyes, the look kids get when they decide to believe you. "Okay," she said softly. The freight screamed past, no windows to hold any of this. When she looked again, the face was gone. In the staff room she set her coffee down, stared at the old timetable, and noticed a Polaroid tacked behind it she'd never registered. Stations collect paper until it turns to wallpaper. Fox Hollow in daylight, arched panes holding sky. 2 kids on the platform with something on sticks. In the far left window, a small face pressed to glass. Palms splayed wide. On the white bar at the bottom, 1979. Someone's neat pencil had written it there. She slipped the photo free and felt the tape crumble like brown sugar. The back held a second faint line in graphite, almost gone. Don't turn. Choose. It felt like a message you inherit the way you inherit a scar. She slid the Polaroid into the desk drawer, closed it, and felt silly for an action that changed nothing. At 11:47, the alley door knocked again, the same 3 quick taps. She didn't open it this time. "We're closed," she said, through metal, breathing on the other side, then the soft scuff of a shoe choosing a way. She locked the bolt, went to the big window, leaned her ear to the glass, and listened for the building's old clock of noises, heater tick, soda hum, wind sigh. Under those, a high far note hovered, wind finding a seam or something else trying out a tune. She stayed there until the quiet turned back into a room, and then to a place she could work in. The shift ended with nothing else dramatic except the sense of having stood too long at the edge of something that wanted her attention. She slept badly, woke early, and came back again anyway, because that's how you make peace with rooms that remember things. You show up. On the 3rd night, she brought her grandmother's rosary, not to pray with, but to weigh the window latch, a small, bright chain, as a courtesy to the hinge. Protection, her grandmother would have said. The evening commuters came and went. A man in a suit carried 2 pizzas like fragile packages. A tired nurse in clogs bought a soda and said thank you, like it cost her too much. When the hall was empty again, she hung the chain over the latch and told herself it was just metal sitting on metal. At 11:20 the freight came. She turned, watched the glass and braced. Nothing showed. The pain was simply a pain. She laughed once at herself, small, unhandsome, and felt the laugh take something sharp out of her chest. Then she heard from the alley 3 quick taps on metal. She did not move to the door. "You're learning," she said aloud, and was surprised to find she meant herself. She didn't tell the board any of it. They didn't like stories. They liked schedules. She told Frank at dispatch because he worked nights too and knew enough to let certain sentences stand. I saw a hand. I heard a voice. "Don't turn around." He said he'd flag Transit PD if she wanted. She said not yet. The words sounded like choosing to sit in a room with the lights off for a little longer because your eyes are finally beginning to work. A week later, on a hot night that pretended to be summer, the freight didn't come at 11:20. The building felt off-kilter without it. The soda machine sighed and gave up. Heat rose along the glass in slow waves. She leaned her forehead to the pane just to cool her skin. The voice was there immediately, like it had been waiting with its mouth against the same spot in a different world. "Don't turn around." "Why?" "Because he's behind you." She didn't look. She slid her eyes to the reflection. The benches in the glass had occupants, shadows with outlines. The man in the hat sat 3 feet behind her in the window world, elbows on knees, head tipped toward her like a question he already knew the answer to. In the real room, the bench was empty. "What do I do?" she whispered. The child said, "Pick." "Pick what?" "In or out, seeing or being seen." She raised the sash, then lowered it, then slid the latch into place, choosing a room with no door for a moment because that felt like a decision she owned. The freight arrived late, all noise and apology. The glass showed only her. When she closed that night, She pressed her hand to the pane one more time and said, quietly, "Hi." The glass cooled under her skin. In the faint circle of her breath, 2 letters drew themselves slow and patient. H-I. She kept that image in her head all the way home, and when a bus brake shrieked outside her apartment and made her shoulders jump, she realized the sound didn't push the same way anymore. It didn't feel like a command, it felt like a reminder. Some rooms at night keep their own weather. Some windows remember. And sometimes the first mistake is turning around to prove you're not afraid. By morning, the station looked innocent again, as if night were just a story people told to keep themselves entertained. Marisol came in early, not because anyone asked her to, but because being alone with a problem before the day could argue with it felt like the only way to stay sane. She brewed coffee that tasted like it remembered better coffee and opened the security console, fingers already knowing the shortcuts. Cameras 1 through 7 covered the concourse, ticket hall, platform ends, and the alley door. She scrubbed the timeline back to 11:15 p.m., pressed play, and watched herself do what she always did. Walk, check, lock, breathe. The freight roared through exactly on time. The platform camera caught the smear of engines and black cars like a long, angry sentence. No passenger consist, no stainless sides, no windows showing private lives. She slowed the footage to quarter speed, then frame by frame until the train became a slideshow of darkness. Nothing. On camera 2, the ticket hall, she watched herself freeze in front of the glass, watched her phone come up, watched her jerk back when the coffee spilled. The camera didn't capture the handprint, the fog letters, or the shape behind her in the reflection. Just her, alone, small, moving in a room that refused to testify. She felt a familiar frustration rise, the kind you get when you're telling the truth and film picks the wrong side. She rewound again to 11:47. 3 distinct movements at the alley door, tiny jolts of the handle that matched the knocks she'd heard. But when the latch cam grabbed a still, the frame showed emptiness lit by jaundiced security glow. She leaned in close enough that her breath fogged the console screen, then sat back and laughed once at the irony. She left the monitors running and went to the staff room wall. The timetable from the 70s, edges curled from 1,000 little humidity wars, hid a dozen paper scraps in its shadow. She lifted the bottom right corner and found the Polaroid she'd noticed last night. Fox Hollow in soft winter daylight, arched windows trying to be a church. 2 children on the platform with something on sticks. And in the far left pane of glass, a small face pressed to the inside. Palms splayed in that way, children announced themselves to rooms. On the white bar at the bottom, a neat pencil year, 1979. She slid a fingernail under one corner to ease it free. The tape gave with a brittle sound like dry leaves. On the back, faint graphite her eyes had missed in the dark. Don't turn. Choose. Beneath that, a single name, barely there from handling. Marta. Names help. They make rooms personal. She took the photo to the window where she'd stood last night and lined it up with the real panes. The small face in the old picture sat exactly where hers had stared back at her in the reflection. She felt a tug in her chest that wasn't fear, not exactly, more like recognition. She set the Polaroid gently on the counter beside her mug, half tempted to tape it to the window itself like a ward. Instead, she slid it into a drawer. Superstition was easier to handle in private. Transit PD had logged her call. Visual anomaly, the young officer had written with a straight face, and their lieutenant had asked her to ring if anything else happened. She dialed, told him about the alley knocks and the disappearing footprints, and heard him write everything down without sighing. He said he'd send someone by tonight to walk the line north and south of the station and check for unauthorized access. She thanked him and hung up, and felt how small gratitude can be when it has to be paid in advance. She spent the afternoon coaxing Normal back into the building. She retaped a loose yellow caution strip near the far bench where a bolt sat proud of the concrete. She wiped the soda machine sticky with a rag that instantly regretted volunteering. She replaced a burned-out bulb in the west vestibule and used her shoulder to remind the door how to shut flush. She was not hunting a ghost. She was making a place keep its promises. When the evening commuters came through, she checked tickets with her usual quiet humour. People told her things about bosses and babies and weather that wasn't behaving. She said the sentences that keep cities running. Have a good night. You're all set. Last train's at 10:32. A little boy in a bright blue coat pressed both hands to the glass and left matching fog circles. His mother apologized, and Marisol said, "It's just a window. It knows what to do." The mother smiled like she was too tired to resist a kind lie. By 10:57, the lobby was empty again, and ritual took the wheel. Platform walk, left-hand rail, right-hand bin, wrappers, a receipt for something sweet, a lost knit cap that still had a child's warmth trapped in it. She set the cap on the counter inside. Lost and found was nothing more than a basket with ambition, and checked the platform clock against the big hall clock. 6 minutes slow, like always. She let it be wrong. Control is knowing which battles make you emptier. At 11:20 she turned her back to the approaching engines and faced the window. Every night she told herself she was doing this to avoid the freight stare, but now she knew better. The glass had become a partner. The train hammered past, the platform quivered, and her reflection held steady like a lifeline. Nothing else in the pane. No small palm, no outline behind her. She let herself exhale long enough to feel ridiculous, then smiled at the private luxury of being wrong. At 11:47 the alley door knocked. 3 quick taps, same rhythm, same small insistence. She didn't move. "You're not opening that," she told herself, and felt a tiny flick of pride for obeying. She walked to the window instead and put her ear against the cold. The station and the night had a conversation she wasn't invited to, but her body had learned a few of the words. Heater tick, duct sigh. Wind collecting itself for a minor argument. Under those, a thin high note that might have been air, finding a seam, or something else remembering a tune. She waited. The note faded. The quiet settled. She was still listening when she felt the pain cool sharply under her skin, the way glass does when a cloud moves across the sun, except there was no sun and no cloud. The temperature drop swam up her cheek to her temple and made her scalp prickle. "Okay," she whispered. "Okay, I hear you." She drew back enough to see the pain without losing the intimacy of the moment and watched a small circle of fog bloom on the inside. 2 letters traced themselves in the moisture as if a finger were writing from within. H-I. The line of the I shivered, smudged slightly, then stood clean. She resisted the reflex to touch. She'd learned last night that contact erased whatever the glass wanted to show. "Hi," she said back, because sometimes talking to a room keeps it from deciding your decoration. She took out her phone and snapped a picture. The camera rendered a flat window and some poorly lit tile. The letters weren't there. She put the phone down without irritation. Evidence mattered to other people. Presence mattered to her. "Do you have a name?" she asked the pane. Nothing wrote back, but the fog circle lingered longer than it should have. "Did you know Marta?" The fog thinned, then swelled, a patient inhale. "Were you her?" A pause. Then 3 soft taps moved from low left to high right, travelling across the glass like a knock, learning to be a word. She thought of yesterday's graffiti in breath, run, and realized language wasn't just letters here. It was rhythm and placement and temperature. She catalogued that fact the way you pocket a key without knowing the door yet. Transit PD made their walk through at 12:06. 2 officers in vests that tried to look friendly by being navy instead of black. They asked if she'd seen anyone. She said no, and meant yes, and meant also. She showed them the Polaroid. The younger officer pursed his mouth at the year in the corner and said his aunt had worked a small depot that used to hold on to things. The older one ran a palm over the latch and said, almost to himself, "Some windows, remember." They took a loop of the alley and came back with exactly nothing, which is what alleys give cops who come with witnesses instead of warrants. They left her with a card and a script, call if he returns. No one had said who he was. The next afternoon she asked Frank at dispatch to pull line data, any unscheduled movements or maintenance moves within 10 miles last night. He read her the list like a grocery order, no anomalies. The freight had been 10 minutes early one night, 10 minutes late another, but nothing had come that wasn't supposed to come. "You still good?" he asked, the question disguised as a joke, trying not to show its teeth. She said yes because she was, and because saying it made it truer. On her break, she took the Polaroid to the back office and scanned it. The machine hummed its approval and spit out a facsimile that didn't smell like old drawers. She printed 2 copies, one to tape behind the timetable again, one to slip into her wallet behind a punch card from a sandwich shop she'd probably never fill. She stood in front of the glass with both copies in hand and felt like she was about to make a commitment. In the end, she taped the copy behind the timetable and kept the original in the drawer. The window didn't need more history. It had enough. It was the 4th night that changed the rules, not with spectacle, with logistics, heat wave. The building's old HVAC threw its hands up at 9 p.m. and never got them back down. The soda machine quit, and the vending light flickered just enough to make the corner feel like it was thinking. She cracked the upper sash of each big pane an inch to move the stubborn air and hung her grandmother's rosary over one latch, not to make the room holy, just to give the latch a friend that had been handled by someone kind. The metal cooled under the chain. That was probably physics, but it felt like manners. At 11:13, the platform clock stuttered and landed on a number it had no intention of leaving. At 11:20, the freight didn't come. The night felt tilt-shifted, as if someone had nudged the table when you looked away. She went to the window because that's where the conversation lived now. The pain was warm against her forehead until it wasn't. The cold arrived like a decision. "Don't turn around," the child's voice said. Not theatrical this time, not meant to frighten, urgent, like a warning called across a street. She didn't. She let her eyes shift to the reflection and saw in that other station what the real one refused to show. A man in a heavy coat sitting on the bench 3 feet behind her, hat brim low, hands clasped, ring flashing once, like a signal that wasn't meant for her. His head was cocked at that angle you see on people who like to teach you a lesson you didn't ask to learn. "What do you want me to do?" she asked, and felt how often these 7 words have been someone's best shot. "Pick," the child said. "Pick what?" "In or out, seeing or being seen." She slid the sash closed and flipped the latch, a ridiculous gesture in a room as porous as memory. The act steadied her anyway. The reflection man didn't move. The real bench stayed empty. A horn finally sounded somewhere down the line, late and annoyed. When the freight finally arrived, it arrived like a man pretending he hadn't kept you waiting. She watched her reflection hold and allowed herself a tiny victory. "You're in here," she told herself. "You're choosing that on purpose." After close, she sat at the counter with the Polaroid flat in front of her and the young officer's card under it, and she wrote 3 sentences in the logbook humans keep to convince themselves there's a leash on time. 1, 23:20, no freight. 2, alley knocks at 23:47. 3, window writing etchai. She didn't write what her body knew, that the glass had begun to behave like a person learning how to converse. She put the pen away and, on impulse, pressed her palm to the pane and said, "Thank you." It wasn't smart, but it was honest. The next day, an older woman in a blue coat came to the window 30 minutes before close and set a brown paper bag on the counter like she was returning a library book that had outlived its due date. "Found this in my aunt's things," the woman said. She was martyr. She worked here forever. Inside the bag, another Polaroid, winter, Fox Hollow, breath on glass writing stay, and a folded note with creases so deep they deserved their own names. Marisol opened the note carefully. The handwriting had the confidence of someone who expects to be believed. If you hear it, don't turn around. Look in. Sometimes the glass shows you a door. Pick it. M. She felt the urge to cry the way you feel a sneeze build. Physically, embarrassingly, real. She used to say this place needed people who were willing to listen. The niece said. I think she meant the pipes. "They talk," Marisol said, and surprised herself by laughing. "They definitely talk." After the woman left, she pressed the Polaroid of stay to the pane for a moment, then slid it into the drawer with the other. She didn't want to turn the window into a shrine. She wanted it to stay a window that sometimes acted like a person. That night, the child returned without glass to filter the voice. Marisol was on the platform replacing the last inches of that caution tape near the proud bolt, tearing the strip with her teeth because she'd left the scissors inside when the voice spoke right behind her elbow. "Don't turn around." She kept her chin level and said, "I'm not planning to." "Good," the voice said, relieved, as if she'd passed a test that mattered to someone small and serious. "Is he here?" she asked. "He's always here," the voice said, and that was not the comfort it might have been. "What do I do?" "Look in." She straightened, tape end fluttering, and faced the window. The pane held only her. She held still, breathed once, twice, and a fog circle formed on the inside. This time, 3 letters built themselves slowly, as if a finger were taking care not to smear. S-E-E. She almost laughed. "See what? See who? See yourself." She stepped closer until her breath became a second circle and whispered, "I see you." The letters held. The quiet felt pleased. Word of weird vibes started to show up in comments on the station's page, as if rooms could trend. She didn't read most of them. She did her job. She kept the tape fresh near the bolt. She kept the latch hinges clean. She learned to tell the difference between heater clicks and knocks without congratulating herself for it. When the board called her in to ask about the rumour mill, she said, "People like stories." And a young member nodded hard, and a senior one sighed and suggested pausing her night desk announcements while we evaluate. She said, of course, and meant, "You won't keep me from listening." By the end of the week, she had learned a few working rules. Cameras wouldn't catch the visitations. The glass refused to be seen doing magic by anything with a lens. The alley door would knock when she allowed fear to dictate her feet. If she stayed with the window, the knocks got bored and remained merely knocks. The child preferred brevity. She answered in single words like a radio operator conserving battery. The man in the reflection obeyed attention. If she stared, he neared. If she saw him and chose not to look, he faded. She wrote those rules in her head and nowhere else. Some manuals don't want paper. One small thing changed that she told no one. She stopped setting the clock back those 6 minutes. She let it be wrong because wrong had started to feel like the measure of something truer. On her way out, She'd touched the latch with 2 fingers, the way the transit cop had, the way her grandmother had blessed good hinges, and she'd say, "Remember?" The glass cooled under her touch. That could be physics. It could also be grace. Either way, the station seemed to hold itself a little sturdier when asked. On a mild Thursday, thick with early spring, she came on shift to find a copy of the 1979 Polaroid taped neatly at eye level on the concourse pillar. No caption, just the small face in the old pane and the breath-written stay. She stood there longer than she meant to, then left it up. Passengers glanced, blipped curiosity, moved on. That evening, when the commuters were gone and the quiet took its seat, someone had written in pencil on the white border of the copy, tiny and careful, "Hi." She touched the graphite with a fingertip and didn't rub. She walked to the window, laid her palm on the glass, and felt warmth come back to her hand like thanks. By the time midnight rolled toward the building like a wave, she had settled into the kind of peace you only get when a room admits you. She turned off the lobby lights, left the platform lamps on low, and stood in the doorway that made her both inside and out. The rails held their midnight sheen. Far away, a horn spoke a long, conversational syllable. She didn't turn her back to the sound anymore. She faced the pane and let it keep her company. When the pane cooled the way it did before a word, she leaned in without fear. "I'm here," she said. The fog circle bloomed. 2 letters wrote themselves in patient strokes. "Okay." She laughed softly and didn't feel foolish at all. Heat broke on a Wednesday like a fever that decided it had made its point. The city exhaled. Metal stopped biting. Fox Hollow's air went from soup to something you could fold. Marisol arrived with the easy stride of someone who'd slept 3 good hours and took inventory without writing anything down. The soda machine had remembered how to hum. The vestibule door closed almost flush. The platform clock was still wrong in the comforting way she'd let it be. She hung her jacket, checked float, and stood in front of the big window with her palm on the glass, long enough to feel the pain cool back like a cat pressing its head to your hand. "I'm here," she said. Nothing wrote back. That was fine. Some days you don't need conversation. You need the room to remember who you are. Commuters came and went. A woman with a cane and lipstick, perfect enough to count as willpower, asked about an elevator that had worked in 1998. Marisol promised to pass along the complaint and meant it. 2 teenagers argued softly about whether to buy 1 soda or 2. She changed a 5 and dropped a second cup in the bag, because kindness buys more quiet than rules do. A construction foreman left his lunch pail on the bench and came back red-faced and grateful 30 minutes later. She told him she'd keep it behind the counter next time, and he told her his daughter had the same hair as hers when she was 12, as if that explained something neither of them had asked. By 10:57, the station was down to breath and echoes. Ritual took over, platform walk, left-hand rail, right-hand bin. The bolt's yellow tape was bright. She smoothed the last inch with her thumb, like you do a bandage on a kid who didn't cry. At 11:13, the heater clicked and stayed clicked. At 11:17, the west doors breathed. At 11:20, nothing came. She held very still, the way you do when a familiar sound fails to arrive and a space briefly forgets what it's supposed to be. Then, faint and far, a horn reached them. Clean, not freight low, a passenger's thinner note, the kind that draws a line more than it throws a punch. Schedules said no, the rail said maybe. She didn't move toward the tracks. She faced the window and let the pane be the place where truth liked to stop first. Light gathered on the curve with a neatness that felt practiced. The headlamp wasn't the harsh white she'd learned to hate on newer stock. It was softer, like old silver brought out of a drawer. The rails began to sing through the bolts, one after another, a zipper closed by a patient hand. Wind pressed the platform in a single long stroke. The first car entered the station's light without apology. Stainless sides, dark windows, the rounded shoulders of a design that wanted to be handsome. It didn't slow, it didn't pretend to decide, it simply asserted itself, here, now, and kept coming. In the window world, scenes lit up with the precision of a show that has run too long to be nervous. A man asleep with his mouth shut in defiance of gravity. A woman reading a book with both thumbs on the same page because the story scared her, and she hadn't admitted it yet. An overhead rack with a hat whose owner had forgotten to want it. An empty dining car set like a stage with silver that knew how to behave. She held still and let her eyes sweep without clinging to any one story. You can't save everyone in glass. Then 3 cars in, the child, palm to the window, face grave and direct, as though introducing themselves for the first time each time they looked at her. Their mouth shaped a word. Steam wrote its soft translation on the inside. Last time it had been run. Last night the pain had said, see. Now, in deliberate strokes that a finger could make if it had learned patience, the fog wrote, stay. She didn't know which instruction belonged to which storm. Okay, she said, because sometimes agreement is the only way to narrow the number of ways a night can go wrong. She did not step to the edge. She kept the counter between her and the glass, and made her body a thing that could not be easily invited. The train kept coming. Not faster. Not slower. Exactly that speed that makes you think of dwindling choices. The big clock over the doors paused its wrongness and then resumed like a person who remembers the line mid-song. The reflection station, the one that lived in the pane, offered an alternate version of her lobby. The benches mirrored to a better finish, the lights 5% kinder, the door to the alley closed in a way that made promises. In that reflection, the bench behind her had a heavy coat folded on it, hat on top, brim facing her reflection like a bow. In the real lobby, the bench was bare. She kept her eyes on the pane and fought the beautiful, stupid urge to turn. The urge hummed in her teeth. No, she said softly, to herself more than to the child. We're not doing that. Car after car passed with lives arranged inside them, the way mantelpieces get arranged when visitors are coming. Then one window flashed a room she recognized too well. Her staff room, the timetable wall, the chair that used to be a scale, the coffee mug with its hairline crack. That shouldn't be possible. The angle was wrong. The world is not a hall of mirrors unless it wants to be. She stepped half a pace nearer and stopped herself, as if a line had been painted where only her muscles could see it. On the staff room wall in the reflection, a new Polaroid had been tacked, a black-bottomed square with a winter hat in one corner and breath letters on the glass behind it. She couldn't read them. The train slid, the moment snapped. The next car brought strangers with faces she didn't own. She breathed in through her nose to keep the rest of her from breaking rank. The freight horn bellowed somewhere else, indignant at being outsung. She watched the last car with the kind of attention people reserve for cliff edges and test results. It was darker. Its window returned only the platform lamps and her own outline. The air eased. The vibration in the tiles subsided. The train was gone without having technically been there. She let her shoulders fall an inch. "We're okay," she said, and the glass cooled fractionally under her palm in a way that felt like the word being returned. She walked into the staff room without looking at the pane that liked to catch the corner of her eye. On the timetable wall, under the meadowlark and next to the Quaker, a Polaroid had been tacked, not a copy, an original. The emulsion was a little bubbled at the corner from humidity, as if time were a climate you could be careless with. The image showed Fox Hollow in winter. A figure in a coat stood on the platform, hat brim low. In the far left pane of glass, breath letters had been written by a finger on the inside. Stay. On the white strip at the bottom, pencil, 1979, and then, in smaller writing, a second line. If you hear it, don't turn around. Look in. And the first initial, M, she reached as if to touch it, then stopped, and took a photo with her phone instead. The phone showed a wall with a timetable and a square that somehow refused to register as more than a square. She put the phone down, took the Polaroid in two hands like it might crack, and slid it into the drawer with the other, telling herself she was avoiding humidity and not hiding the proof from men who like to certify things. She returned to the lobby and found the station as she'd left it. Wrong clock, right quiet. She set both palms on the counter and felt a vibration through the wood, faint at first, then more sure. Not the heater, not the duct. A knock repeating itself across fibres and joints like a message tapping its way up a spine. 3 beats. Pause. 3 beats. Farther along. 3 again. Moving. She watched the pain. No letters. No hand. The sound travelled from the far left of the window toward the right in a line so straight that it felt premeditated. "Okay," she said, as if making eye contact with something that claimed a gaze. "You're here." The knocks paused under her hands, and she had the absurd impression of a dog waiting for a command. "I can't go with you," she said gently, "but I can listen." The sound moved to the far right and stopped. The alley door knocked, same 3-tap rhythm, like the room was now bilingual. She did not move toward it. She stood at the pane and let the door be a door. The knocks at the door got bored before she did and left the metal to cool itself. She breathed evenly, in for 4, out for 6, the way a nurse had taught her once in an ER waiting room, and the room accepted that she would not be summoned. When the air settled, she reached into the drawer, pulled out Marta's note, and laid it flat on the counter. "Don't turn around. Look in. Sometimes the glass shows you a door. Pick it." She didn't know how to pick a door drawn with fog, but she appreciated the idea that choices might be visible before they were made. The siren of a distant ambulance bent itself around corners and faded. The fluorescent above the west vestibule stuttered once and decided to behave. The clock did its wrongness. She poured coffee and let it cool, not because she wanted it, but because the cup in her hand told her muscles who they were. When she raised it, a ring tapped the glass behind her. Not the small, bright clink of a wedding band, a duller touch, heavier metal, a signet maybe, the kind of ring men wore when they had their initials put on things and shook hands with the old economy. She didn't turn. She watched the reflection. In the pane world, the man from the bench was standing now, hat brim, throwing a small hostility across what should have been his eyes. He was closer than last night by a polite amount, as if he believed in rules of approach. He lifted his hand in the reflection and tapped the window twice, metal on glass, 2 measured notes that a clerk at a counter might use to summon service without saying, "Please." In the real station, the glass under her palms remained untouched. She let her hands stay where they were and said to the reflection man, "I'm working," in the voice you use for customers who think they're friends. The pane cooled. Breath wrote. 2 letters again, but not the greeting she expected. N-O. She wanted to laugh at the simplicity and didn't. The child's voice came with the word, from near her elbow but not quite in her ear. "Don't." She nodded, small, grateful for a command that matched her own stubbornness. The reflection man didn't nod back. He adjusted his hat brim with 2 fingers, a gesture he owned, and sat. If he wanted her to do the looking, he would wait for the wanting to grow. It didn't. She watched the pain until the edges of the room stopped trying to be interesting, and then she did something that would have embarrassed her a week ago. She sang, barely above a whisper, a line of a lullaby her grandmother used to use on hot nights. The window hummed along in its own way, the heater returning to a good mood, the duct remembering its job, the quiet practicing being furniture instead of weather. When she finished, the pane's fog wrote a single small dot and let it sit like a period at the end of a sentence the room had been writing all these years. The next day, she told Frank a version of the truth and bought donuts she didn't eat. He asked if she wanted a second set of eyes on nights. She said no to the bodies and yes to his voice. He called on the hour, quick and businesslike. "You good? I'm good." The board sent an email about reports circulating and used phrases that ate their own tails, perception of safety, avoidance of myth, and CC'd people whose job titles had community in them but not night. She replied with 3 sentences that didn't apologize and didn't dare them to fire her. The younger transit officer stopped by and tapped the window latch with his knuckle like you greet a dog through a fence. "My Aunt Marta kept a bell by her back door," he said. "Said it told her when the house was thinking about something." Marisol smiled at the idea of a contemplating house and said, "She left me a note." He didn't ask to read it. Good man. That evening, the city decided to be kind. Air sat at the right height. Shadows stayed where they were put. She stood at the window with her palm flat and waited for nothing to happen and was satisfied when that was exactly what she got. Freight came, dutiful and loud. She turned her back to the engines and let the pain return her to herself. On the glasses inside, a tiny circle of fog tried to be a letter and then changed its mind. "We're both learning," she said. Near midnight, a small thing changed that would have been easy to miss if she hadn't been in the habit of not missing small things. In the pain world, beyond her reflection's shoulder, the clock over the doors read the right time. In the real lobby, the clock was 6 minutes slow. The difference made the hair at the nape of her neck wake. She looked at the pain clock, at her own, at the pain again. The rightness held. The child's voice came soft and matter-of-fact. Now. She did not know what now belonged to, only that nights like this force you to choose to trust or choose to pretend. She chose the first thing. She stepped sideways to the staff room door, eyes on the pane. In the reflection, a figure stood in the staff room she had not seen in her real room, a woman in a coat, hat off, hair damp, looking at the timetable as if it might confess. The woman touched the corner of the 1979 line, then turned, only in the pane, and looked toward Marisol's reflection with an expression that wasn't a plea and wasn't a warning. Recognition, yes. Solidarity, maybe. The child's voice breathed one more word like it had been saving its strength for it. "Open!" She went to the staff room, turned the knob, and opened the door, not much, 2 inches, like you allow weather in. The air that came through was colder than the hall deserved. Not HVAC, lake. She let it move around her ankles and up her shins and into the soft parts of a room that doesn't expect wind. On the timetable wall, the spot where the Polaroid had been tacked was bare. She had put it in the drawer, she reminded herself. She had. Still, the hole where the tack had been looked almost fresh. She pressed her hand against the wall, felt the cool of plaster carrying memory, and closed the door again because enough is a skill. Back at the window, she found her reflection waiting like a person you don't have to apologize to for leaving the room. The pane cooled, letters wrote, not a command this time, not a greeting, Thanks. She laughed, and the laugh didn't feel unprofessional at all. "You're welcome," she said, and the window did the smallest thing a window can do to show it understood. It didn't fog where her hand was. Warm met warm. She closed out at 12:40, counted drawer, signed the log, wrote an ordinary note about the yellow tape and the proud bolt, because life is a braid, and you strengthen it by not letting any one strand carry all the weight. She turned off the lobby lights and stood a last time with the platform lamps making the station a map with edges. She didn't listen for the train. She listened for herself. Then she stepped out into a city that had decided to be gentle and locked the doors behind her. In the glass, her reflection caught up and then kept going, as if the pain had decided it could walk her home if it needed to. On the bus, she sat on the aisle and let the night flick by in manageable pieces. A man dozed with his forehead against a window, mouth relaxed in a way day won't allow. Two kids shared a single set of earbuds and laughed at something only one of them could hear. She stared at her phone screen, at the photos that refused to be evidence, at the empty camera roll where the important things refused to live, and decided that not everything has to be brought to heel by pixels. Some things are made to be kept by rooms. When she got home, she put her palm flat on her own bedroom window and felt nothing special at all. It was exactly the comfort she needed. She slept without dreaming for 4 hours and woke to sunlight that failed to make a single promise, and therefore did not break any. On the kitchen table, next to the bowl where she let mail learn patience, she set Marta's note under a magnet shaped like a train from a different toy store era. Don't turn, look in, pick. It read like a recipe missing ingredients on purpose so you'd learn by taste. She smiled, poured coffee, and watched the quiet not ask anything of her for a change. At work that night, she started with the latch the way she always did and felt it cool under her fingers like a greeting. She laid her palm on the pane and spoke the new sentence aloud, a little embarrassed, a lot sincere. "I'll stay." The fog circle bloomed and didn't write. It didn't have to. Morning fixed what it could. The air turned polite. Coffee tasted like coffee instead of a dare. Fox Hollow put its daylight face back on and waited for instructions from people who thought they gave them. Marisol arrived early because days that end in certain kinds of nights start better when you win the first hour. She unlocked, checked float, reseated the west vestibule bulb that liked to sulk, and stood in front of the big window with her palm on the glass until the pane cooled to meet her. "I'll stay," she said, and the fog didn't write a thing. It didn't need to. She opened the security console and scrolled through the feeds like a person reading yesterday's weather to see who was wrong. The cameras told the same lie with new confidence, her moving alone, in an empty station, freight blurring past, no passenger consist, no silver shoulders, no windows lit with lives. She scrubbed frame by frame over the minute when the pane had written thanks and saw herself holding very still, palms down, head tipped, as if listening to a language she already spoke. She saved a clip anyway and labelled it with a timestamp she didn't expect anyone to respect. Evidence for rooms that keep their own rules is mostly for the draw. Transit PD called mid-afternoon with the careful tone of people trying not to discourage witnesses. The lieutenant said the line north and south of Fox Hollow showed no unauthorized movement. A maintenance crew had been out at mile marker 19 the night before. He offered it as a maybe. She said thank you because the word lives on its own diet. He cleared his throat and said, "You can call me direct if anything escalates." She wrote his number on the back of a blue sticky and stuck it under the edge of the console where important things learn to wait. The board sent an email with the subject line, "Community Perception." a phrase that made her feel like a frog under museum glass. They wanted to suspend Night Desk while we align messaging. They wanted a single spokesperson for all after-hours narratives. They wrote like people who had never been in the building after 10 p.m. and had decided not to be. She replied with 3 sentences that fit inside a sigh. Night Desk is paused per your request. I will continue standard closing procedures. I'll document maintenance issues as always. She did not add the part where she would stay at the window and listen for a station that wanted a say. She spent the late afternoon doing the kind of work that keeps ghosts from getting hired, retacking the caution strip, tightening the plate over the proud bolt, sweeping up the kind of gravel that sneaks in on boot treads and stays out of spite. A woman in a blue coat, older, eyes steady, the kind of face people practice on, came to the counter with a paper bag. "You're the one who answered when I knocked 2 nights ago," she said, and Marisol felt heat rise because the math didn't balance. The woman smiled at the reaction. "I mean, metaphorically. I'm Marta's niece. We spoke last week." She nudged the bag forward. Inside, wrapped in tissue that had held important things before, were 3 items: a handbell with a hairline crack, a metal key without a lock to belong to, and a small tin of graphite sticks for marking glass. "She kept the bell by the kitchen door," the niece said. "Rang it when the house forgot where it put people. I thought maybe you'd know what to do with these more than I would." Marisol traced the bell's lip with her thumb. The crack made a faint notch under the skin. She imagined ringing it in the ticket hall and hearing the room answer like a well-behaved dog. "Thank you," she said, and meant the shared work more than the objects. The niece placed a small square of paper on the counter. It was a photocopy of a different Polaroid. Fox Hollow Foyer, 1979, breath on a pane, writing, "Stay." Under it, in Marta's careful hand, "Sometimes the door is a window, sometimes the window is a door. Choose like someone else needs you to." By 10:57 the station was back to breath and echoes. Ritual did what ritual does: platform walk, rail, bin, wrappers saved from becoming scripture. The bolt's tape lay flat and smug. She returned inside and put the bell on the counter with the gravity of an appointment. She didn't ring it. She set her palm on the pane and said, "I brought you something because showing your hands is a kind of pact." The fog circle that formed was small and tidy. HI wrote itself and faded with a professional sense of timing. "Good evening to you two," she said. The big clock over the doors shrugged at the truth and stayed 6 minutes wrong. She let it. Some fixed things make rooms worse. At 11:20, freight kept its dependable promise as if to distance itself from whatever madness passenger lines had considered playing at. She turned her back to the engines and watched the glass return her safely to herself. No child, no man, no reflection of a coat that wanted power. She whispered thanks to the quiet and heard the quiet answer by continuing to be itself. At 11:47 the alley door knocked, 3 sharp, cold finger taps. She did not move. "Not tonight," she said without heat, and the pane cooled in approval. At 11:58 the window changed its mind about words. It cooled so quickly under her palm that she almost hissed. A fog circle blossomed not where her breath struck, but low and left, like a child on tiptoe reaching from inside. The letters came in a different hand, halting, with an odd slant, and felt somehow older. STAY, then, under it, a second line, written slower. PLEASE. She felt her throat pull tight. "I will," she said. She wanted to ask what staying meant at scale. Stay in this station, in this job, in the anchor of being the person who hears. The pain didn't clarify. The letters softened and ran back into themselves like winter breath arguing with warm glass. A shadow moved in the reflection. The bench whirled. The heavy coat had returned to its folded patience. The hat brim sat on top, tilted toward her reflection like a nod that refused to be kindness. In the real world, the bench was bare. The child's voice came like someone lying under a bed, small and determined. "He wants you to turn." "I know," she said. "Don't," the child said, and there was such tiredness in it she had to lean on the counter to absorb it. "Okay," she vowed, and felt the vow set like plaster. She took the bell by its stem because touching the lip felt like touching a throat, and rang it once, gently. The sound was high and almost broken, the crack in the metal turning the note into something human. The room answered in a way that had nothing to do with echo. It tightened and then eased, like someone pushing down on a heartbeat and then letting it go. The pain fogged at the edges and cleared at the center, where her palm lay, as if a hand inside wanted to meet it. She thought of Marta's line, "Choose like someone else needs you to." She chose to sit, not stand. She chose to breathe at a pace prayers could keep up with. She chose not to perform bravery, only to be inactively available. Near midnight, when the city goes from late to early, without telling anyone, the pain reflected something impossible without seeming impressed by itself. In the window world, the clock over the doors showed exact time again. In the real lobby, 6 minutes slow grinned its stubborn grin. The child's voice shifted from elbow near to ear near. "Now." "Now what?" she asked, and realized asking was a kind of turning. The pain offered no letters, the alley door did not knock, the heavy coat did not unfold. The room did the smaller work of letting her be the one to decide when a moment mattered. She walked to the staff room without looking away from the pain. In the reflection, someone stood in the staff room doorway. A woman in an old coat, hat off, hair damp at the temples, the way weather leaves its signature. The woman's face held the complicated calm of people who have been frightened into competence. She lifted her hand in the reflection, not to wave, but to indicate a place on the timetable wall, between the meadowlark and the Quaker, where a thumbtack hole had been freshly made in 1979. In the real room, no one stood. The thumbtack hole looked like it always had. A tiny absence. She opened the staff room door 2 inches and the same clean cold wind laced around her ankles. She kept the door at 2 inches out of respect for both temperatures. "I see you," she said to the empty. The window fogged in the lobby where she wasn't, and letters wrote anyway. THANKS, then a careful comma, then M. She closed the staff room door because closure is active. The train announced itself without horn, a pressure wave through bolts, a harmonic in steel, a ribbon of wind that smelled faintly like a different decade's cigarette. She did not step to the tracks. She stood with both hands on the counter and let the pain world bring the car show to her. Stainless shoulders, dark windows, the clean posture of something designed when the future was a promise and not a threat. It didn't slow. It didn't stop. In the lit windows, scenes familiar in their strangeness paraded by. A man sleeping sideways in a seat meant for vertical lives, a girl counting the spaces between bolts out the window, like beads, a conductor no one had modernized out of a uniform punching a ticket that didn't resist. The child appeared in the third car, palm to glass, face intent. Their breath wrote a single letter and wiped it away as if to prove it knew how to edit itself. She kept her body anchored and let her eyes do the moving. The child tapped their side of the glass twice, then pressed their hand where hers would be if she stood at the edge. She didn't. She spoke instead. "I can't go," she said, and tried to keep apology out of it. The child nodded once, approval, not disappointment, and in their fog they wrote one word with the patience of someone teaching a lesson that needed to stick, live. Her breath shook. She had not expected instruction to be that blunt. The words sat in fog a second longer than physics promised, and then blurred into the windows clean. A second car lit a different message in a different hand. On the inside of that pane, 3 letters drew themselves in a slant that was not the child's and not hers. R-U-N. The urge hit her sternum like a dropped tool, primal and unarguable. She clamped her jaw. She remembered the alley door. She remembered the coat. "No," she said, and the pain under her palms warmed in agreement. "I'm staying." The run letters streaked and tried again, as if some other force still believed in that plan. The glass refused it by clearing itself. The last car arrived with a quiet arrogance. Its window reflected only the platform lamps and her face, and, near her reflection's shoulder, the correct time on the clock. She let out a breath that had nowhere else to be. The train was gone without ever having been the kind of present the cameras respected. The station resumed its second language. She stood for a long minute, feeling her pulse decide to be a person's again, and not a room's animal. "We're okay," she said aloud, because saying it teaches your mouth how to mean it later. The pain cooled. OK wrote itself and held. Transit PD arrived on a timing that suggested they had learned the shape of these nights. The young officer with Marta's story looked at the bell and pretended not to. "Anything tonight?" he asked, and she could hear the request. "Tell me something I can put in a box." "Just us," she said, and he nodded like a person who understands that just us can be a heavy lift. The lieutenant called from the car with the window down and said a maintenance team had found an abandoned siding, northbound with new footprints in the dust, and no explanation. He said it in the way people give you credit for a thing they can't prove. She thanked him again because this time it landed. By dawn the station offered paperwork like weather, reports to be signed, logs to be initialed, clock batteries to be replaced or ignored. She changed the vestibule bulb that had finally retired and kept the old one in a drawer because some objects want to stay in the family. She wrote a neat note for day shift about the soda machine's temperament. She left the bell on the counter where it could be mistaken for decor and not the tool it had become. Before she locked up, she stood at the window one last time and read Marta's whisper set under a magnet on the console. "Don't turn. Look in. Pick." "I picked," she said. "You did," the room seemed to say back by not taking it away. The days after didn't want to be dramatic. They settled into the kind of balanced city workers recognize as grace, long stretches of nothing punctuated by work that counts. The glass wrote HI less often, not because it liked her less, but because it didn't need to prove itself. The alley door tried once more and quit sooner. The heavy coat in the reflection sat folded in its patience without unfolding to test her. Attention is oxygen, and she had stopped supplying it. She learned to hear a difference between heater clicks and the tiny polite knocks that belong to messages. Your ear muscles can be coached. She stopped trying to fix the wrongness of the clock. Being off by 6 minutes no longer felt like a flaw. It felt like an agreement. She'd stay. Time would soften where it could. A week later, a comment thread under a commuter's photo of the station's morning light filled with words like vibe and old energy. Someone wrote, "It's haunted," and 3 someones wrote, "It's held." She didn't answer. She taped a fresh copy of the 1979 Polaroid behind the timetable at eye level and didn't add a caption. 2 days after that, someone had written small in pencil on the copy's border. Shy, not her handwriting, familiar anyway. She left it. The board added a sentence to their website about historic character. They used a photo where the pane made the hall look kinder than they were. On a soft Sunday evening, a man in a hat came in just before close and stood not quite too close to the window. He was not a reflection. He was a person. Older, tired at the edges, a ring on his right hand that would have tapped if he'd raised it. He looked past her into the glass the way people do when mirrors remind them they have to behave. "Last train?" he said. His voice had no threat in it. It had distance. "Already gone," she said, and kept her hands on the counter to show him where they belonged. "Shame," he said. "Used to be they'd run late if you asked nice." "Used to be?" she said. He tipped his hat with 2 fingers. It was an old gesture that had done harm in other rooms. Here, it just looked like a learned thing someone couldn't put down. He left. The door swung and sighed. The bell looked heavy and very ready. She didn't ring it. You don't ring a room for not choosing to scare you. Later that night, alone with the lobby lights dimmed to a generosity that made corners less ambitious, she pressed both hands to the pane and spoke like a person finishing something on purpose. "I'm going to keep this job," she said. "I'm going to keep this window. I'm going to keep not turning." Fog didn't write. The glass warmed under her palms. It was enough. She knocked once, light, not a code, just a courtesy. And the pane answered with the smallest, happiest tick. She smiled and hated that she'd waited this long to learn how to be simple. When her shift ended, she did the platform walk one more time and took in the station the way you take in a lake before you leave, with gratitude and intentional irresponsibility. She locked the doors, turned the bell on its side so it wouldn't startle day shift, and left the note where it belonged. Outside, the city had agreed to be gentle again. A bus sighed, a street lamp blinked, considered a second career in blinking, and decided against it. At home, she put her palm to her own bedroom window. It was only glass, the kind that remembers weather, and nothing else. She slept, not like a hero, not like a haunted person, but like a worker who had done what she said she would. Months later, when someone at a party said Fox Hollow had a vibe, she didn't give them the tour. She said it's an old building that keeps its promises, and let the conversation move toward things that could afford to be argued. Sometimes, on breaks, she'd walk the platform and look out into the dark where tracks become math and think about how many rooms forget the people who teach them their language. Sometimes she'd touch the latch with 2 fingers the way the cop had, the way her grandmother had, with the good hinges, and ask the glass to remember. It always did. On evenings when no one came and the clocks competed without malice, she'd take Marta's bell off the counter, weigh it in her hand, and not ring it. She didn't need to. The station knew. The child's hand appeared rarely now, just the faintest bloom of fog with an oval hidden in it, and when it did, she'd smile and put her palm where theirs would be if the world were kinder. Once, on an early spring night when rain stitched the platforms into longer stories, and the rails wore a shine that made them look proud again, the pane wrote one word by itself, in letters so steady she wondered who had practiced. "Okay?" She nodded and said, "Yes." And then, because permission likes company, she added, "You too?" The glass didn't write, but it held her hand's warmth a long time. That was the answer rooms know how to give. If you'd asked her what she learned, she could have said it 3 ways. First, don't turn around when the part of the night that wants witnesses tells you to. It hates being denied the dignity of scaring you with your own curiosity. Second, look in. Doors are honest, but windows do the paperwork. Third, pick, like someone else needs you to. It changes what the building thinks it's for. And when the wrong clock stayed wrong and the right moments kept arriving anyway, she stopped trying to make time respectable She made it useful instead. Lena signed the lease because the bathroom had a window and the living room caught the late sun like it had been trained. The Supers were a married pair who never agreed on temperature but agreed on everything else, and the hallway smelled like cinnamon near the stairs and like dust near the elevator, and the rent belonged to a decade the city had sworn it didn't remember. Apartment 4B wasn't big, but it used corners well. The kitchen had a tilt to the floor that made spilled water argue with gravity before it lost. The bedroom wasn't really a bedroom, just a rectangle with a stubborn closet, but the closet had a shelf high enough to hide a suitcase and a box of papers. She told herself she'd be out of here in 12 months, 18, tops, and meant it the way people mean diets. For now, it was hers. She moved in on a Sunday that felt like it had been polished, the kind of cold that keeps sound honest. Boxes stacked like a skyline, her mattress leaning against the wall as if it were trying to eavesdrop, the single lamp she'd brought in first already on the floor throwing one good circle of light. The window over the fire escape had the old chain-pull shade you have to coax down like a reluctant cat. From the fire escape, she could see into 2 other kitchens, one of which belonged to a woman who wore a scarf even when she cooked, and when the woman lifted a pot lid, the steam made her look like she was lit from the inside. Lena liked that. Cities work when strangers do ordinary things well, and you get to witness it. She set a pot on her own stove, pasta, nothing complicated, and scrolled through her phone as the water tried to become useful. The building settled in small ways. A radiator huffed and let itself be forgiven. Someone's TV showed a baseball game in a language she didn't speak, and the voices climbed over a commercial and back into the inning without losing anyone. In the hallway, keys jingled, feet paused, a door closed with that particular old building softness that doesn't quite catch the first time. She ate, standing up, leaning on the counter, and texted her friend Val a photo of the one nice window with the caption, "I live in a storefront for sunlight now." Val sent 3 hearts and a skull, and then, "If it starts talking, move." Lena wrote back, "If it talks, I'm charging it rent." Night failed quietly. She unpacked until stacks turned into furniture, and the cardboard smell gave ground to soap and fabric and new old paint. She found a small packet of nails and hung the one picture she cared about, her grandmother at Coney Island in a dress that didn't apologize. The nail went into plaster like it had been waiting. She put a book on the sill, then another, and the window became a bookshelf, the way windows do when no one tells them not to. Around 11, she brushed her teeth at the bathroom sink that had the good kind of chip in it, a chip that said a plate had once fought death and lost with dignity, and listened to water travel pipes that remembered other rooms. The light over the mirror was a little too bright. She made a note to buy a softer bulb, and to remember that notes do not equal actions. She was flossing when she saw the thread. At first, it was nothing. A red line too thin to earn the word line caught on the toe of her shoe where the laces loop. She went to flick it away and felt a resistance that annoyed her more than it should have. The thread didn't just lift, it wanted to keep going. She bent, pinched it, and pulled gently. It gave, it kept giving. She pulled more, and the thread slid out from under the bathroom door and into the hallway as if the apartment had been knitting itself and forgot to stop. She felt that low, precise spark in her chest, the one you get when a perfectly ordinary thing becomes impolite by continuing. She put the floss on the sink, followed the red, and saw that it went under the door to the bedroom, across the wood slats, and then under the baseboard at the wall as if the building were wearing a hem. It could have been from a moving blanket. She told herself that. Movers drag their lives around and shed threads, the way trees shed winter. She pulled another foot. The thread slid smoothly with that stubborn elastic resistance of good cotton, and it didn't break. It moved, and something under the baseboard moved with it, a whisper of friction. She pulled 3 more feet until she realized she was making a small, red river on her floor. She laughed once because the sound you make when you're the only audience counts twice. "Okay," she said. "That's enough." She went to the kitchen for scissors, and when she came back, the line had shifted, angled now toward the closet door. She cut it clean at her shoe, and it snicked with a small satisfaction, a satisfying little seaver. The portion she'd gathered curled into itself like it wanted to remember where it had been. She wound it around 2 fingers without meaning to, and felt the thread warm quickly to her skin like a small animal. The next part doesn't take long to tell, but it took a while to experience. She put the red loop on the bathroom shelf like a trophy to be rolled into a proper ball later. She went back to the sink, finished flossing one-handed because she'd lost the thread, literally. And then she went to bed with the lamp still on because unpacking mess in half dark finds ways to trip you, and she had no interest in joining the building's list of funny injuries. She lay on the mattress on the floor and listened to upstairs walk, to downstairs laugh, to the radiator trying one last time to become art. She slept. Sometime after 2, the thread tapped her awake. She didn't know that's what it was, not then. She thought at first she was still in someone else's dream about a phone left on a wooden table, a tiny, taut tap, not a knock, not a drip. A tidy, patient sound with a little sting in it. She opened her eyes to a ceiling that had earned its hairline cracks and listened for anyone else claiming the sound. The building declined responsibility. The tap came again. It came from the closet. This is the part where most people would do exactly what you think. She did it too. She said, "Hello?" to a piece of furniture. She said it gently, then louder, then with one of those nervous laughs attached to a nope that tries to make the world enroll in your plan. She got up, bare feet cold on floor, and walked to the closet door. The knob was the kind that remembers hands. She opened it, and the smell rolled out, wood, old paper, the ghost of a cedar block that had done its best. The tap came again, tiny and precise, and this time she saw it. The red thread went under the toe of one of her boots and out through a hairline gap between floor and wall at the back of the closet. The tap was the thread plucking against the leather, tautening and releasing like a guitar string being bothered by a ghost with bad posture. She crouched. The thread was so thin she had to squint to keep it in sight. It slid a little, then resisted. She pinched it. It tried to pull itself forward, not fast, not dramatic, insistent. She tugged back about an inch. From inside the wall, something answered her tug, with a perfect mirror tug, not violent, not playful. Just there. She let go. The thread went still, then quivered, then came an inch of its own accord, until it met the boot again and declared itself with a quiet string tap. You don't want to be the sort of person who talks to string at 2:30 in the morning. You become that person if you live alone for a while and you move in on a Sunday and the radiator acts like a Greek chorus. She said, "What do you want?" Nothing answered except the boot. The thread gave one more tiny pluck against it, a tap you could almost convince yourself was a bug, then went slack as if whoever or whatever was on the other end had decided that was enough for tonight. She stood, stared into the closet's back seam, and did something she'd promised herself she would stop doing when she left her last apartment. She made a deal with a room. "I'll look tomorrow," she said, "and if I find something stupid, I'll throw it out. And if I find something interesting, I'll decide if it belongs to me." The apartment didn't shake hands. She got back in bed and left the lamp on until sleep arrived like a cousin who texts first. Morning made reasonable noises. An upstairs shower insisted it had a deadline. Someone dropped a spoon on tile and apologized to no one. Lena made coffee strong enough to remember it later and sat cross-legged in front of the closet with her mug and a flashlight. She'd always had a fondness for tasks that involved small tools and thinking. This was at least 2/3 of that. She took a butter knife and slid it carefully into the seam where floor met wall. The paint gave like a scab, ready to move on. The knife came up with red fibers caught along its edge. She set the cup down, turned the knife, and widened the seam. There was more thread, slack and slack and slack, and then tension. She eased it. The thread eased back, slow, a polite tug of war with no score. "Okay," she said again, and smiled at how many times a day one word can contain. She went to the hardware store 2 blocks down. It was the kind where the man behind the register knew 6 ways to fix a window that wouldn't align, and all of them involved scolding it first. She bought a pry bar and a pack of respectable blades and a small hammer with a blue rubber grip that made her think of her grandfather's shed and a jar that had once held peaches, now full of screws that had known better days. The man asked what she was working on. She said, "A baseboard problem," and he nodded like he'd met half the city through those words. "Take a mask," he added, and slid a paper one over for dust. Old buildings are generous in all the ways you don't want. Back in the closet, she cut the paint line clean and worked the pry bar under the board an inch at a time with the kind of respect you give old wood to keep it from showing you your ignorance. Nails squealed, the board lifted. Behind it, dust like velvet, an old penny with no date left to claim, 2 crayon nubs that had chosen brown and blue and married into grey. And the thread. It ran along the gap in a neat, straight line, held in place by 3 tiny brass eyelets someone had screwed into the studs like they did not want to be accused of laziness. The eyelets were delicate, the kind you'd use to hang a picture wire. The thread slipped through them like it had been measured. It entered the wall at a hole smaller than a pencil and disappeared. She could have cut it there. She almost did. Instead, she followed it out of the closet, across the bedroom floor, where it emerged under the baseboard she hadn't lifted yet, and into the hall where it hugged the baseboard like a border, and then vanished under the jamb of the bathroom door. She lifted that baseboard too, and there were the same brass eyelets, the same commitment, the same neatness. It ran behind the sink's pedestal, under the lip of the cabinet, behind the bathtub's built-in tiled front, and out again through another impossibly small bore. When she reached the living room, it ducked under the radiator and across to the front door, where on the hinge side someone had drilled not 1, but 2 small holes through the frame and fed the thread between them in a figure 8, as if to make a point about knots. She stood with her hands on her hips, rubber mallet in one, pry bar in the other, and said to the empty air, "Who are you?" The answer didn't come from a human. It came from the intercom. A buzz, abrupt and demanding. She jumped and then laughed, because everyone does the first week they live with one of those old panel buzzers that sound like they were built from a doorbell and a dare. She pressed the button. A voice came through tinny, attenuated by age and the city. "Package for 4B. She pressed the door release because routine is the rope you grab when you find one. Downstairs, a door thunked. A minute later, someone knocked with the back of their hand in a rhythm she wanted to compliment. She opened to a courier with 3 boxes and a smile that had done its time. He handed over cardboard, accepted her signature, tucked a pen in a pocket that had clearly been promised many pens, and said, "Welcome," as if the building had asked him to perform hospitality. She closed the door and set the boxes down and didn't even pretend to open them. She went back to the wall because curiosity was louder than capitalism. Behind the radiator, the thread turned up toward the ceiling. There, at the corner where wall met the crown molding that was only trying to be crown molding, someone had tucked the thread along the groove and painted it once, twice, many times. It vanished above the doorway to the small entry hall and reappeared only when the plaster hairline cracked near the smoke alarm. From there, it went to the bedroom door frame, made a wry little loop around the top hinge, and then disappeared down into the wall next to the light switch as if it had been called by electricity. She took a picture with her phone purely to see the absurdity laid flat. The camera showed white paint, dusty moulding, and absolutely no red. The thread didn't like to perform for glass, apparently. Lena stood on the chair and traced the route with the pad of her finger, feeling for the thread where a human eye refused a favour. She felt it. Not much, just that faint, cord-like presence under a skin of paint like a vein. She pressed gently, and the paint cracked just enough to show a whisper of dull red. She texted Val. If I go missing, I pulled on a red thread that was doing the building's taxes. Val replied in a second. Do not pull mystery threads. Lena answered. Noted. 10 minutes passed. Val, did you pull it? Lena, define pull. At noon, the super's wife appeared in Lena's doorway with a roll of blue painter's tape and a gossip face. Her name was Lydia. She had forearms like rolling pins and a gold cross that sat quietly instead of making a scene. You have boxes, she said, as though that was a hobby. I will bring you more tape. Lena said, thank you. Lydia peered past her shoulder and saw the baseboard off like a skirt in surgery. She made a small noise, not disapproval, not concern. You are fixing? Lena told her about the thread, because sometimes you choose to be the kind of neighbour who tells the truth before it gets worn down. Lydia's eyebrows did something careful. Ah, she said. She stepped into the closet, looked, followed the line of eyelets with a finger she kept a fingernail shorter than the others, and made a second small sound. This was Saul, she said, almost fond, almost not. 4th floor, many years, before me even. Who's Saul? Mr. Solomon? Taylor? She gestured at the line like it was a seam he had set. He had a shop down on Orchard a long time ago. He said walls can be taught to hold a line. She smiled without humour. He did not say why it needed one. Lena said something clever in her head and left her mouth out of it. Is he still here? Lydia shook her head. He went away. A shrug that had coastline erosion in it. Life goes, apartment stays. She tapped one of the eyelets. He did things right. He did not leave holes sloppy. She looked at Lena, and the look had assessment, and maybe a little respect. You can live with it, or you can cut it. She made a face at the second option that said, I have an opinion, but I will not charge you for it. How would I even... Lena began, but Lydia was already opening the little pouch on her belt and producing a tiny pair of scissors with an impossibly sharp nose. If, Lydia said, you cut, you must tie. It is bad to let thread go without finish. Finish is a polite thing. She demonstrated a neat, square knot on air and a tiny tuck she had invented that seemed to make the knot disappear. She put the scissors into Lena's hand like a lintel blessing. Do not pull in the walls, she added. Some things like to be asked first. She left as quickly as she arrived, smelling faintly of laundry and lemon. Lena sat on the floor and thought about Saul the tailor teaching walls to hold a line. If you sew enough, you start seeing seams everywhere. Streets become hems. Window frames become binding. Rooms look like patterns that either fit or don't. She reached for the thread at the baseboard and rolled it onto her fingers again. It warmed, quick and mammal. She said it without sending it anywhere. "What are you holding?" The thread didn't answer with words. It answered with direction. It was a nudge more than a tug, a suggestion in the way a leash is a suggestion made of string. The line wanted her to follow it, not toward the front door this time, not toward the radiator's old lungs, but toward the hallway and the little metal grill of the cold air return that hadn't had a say in anything since someone moved the building from coal to gas. She unscrewed the grill with the blue-handled screwdriver from the hardware store that had already learned her wrist. Dust sighed out. Behind the grill, darkness and lint that had considered being a felt blanket. She aimed the flashlight and saw the thread make its neat way around the register's edge and vanish into the duct side, where somebody had drilled a hole as clean as the ones in the studs. She reached in, careful not to send a decade of dust into her lungs, and felt the hole's edge with her fingertip. Cold, smooth. She felt the thread, tense, patient. She pulled 1/2 inch. It answered with 1/2 inch of resistance, and then relieved. She looked up at the wall clock she'd hung crooked at noon. She hadn't fixed it because it ticked like a good metronome, and tick was what she needed. It said 2 minutes past 2. Afternoon. Sun found the far wall and made a butter square there, as if to mark an X. She followed the thread again. Behind the bookshelf, at the outlet no one used because it had confessed to buzzing twice, the thread looped around a screw someone had deliberately loosened and tightened again, as though tension counted, as though the act of turning had informed the line. In the entry, the thread dipped behind the shoe rack and crossed the threshold to the apartment door. There, it threaded through the peephole hardware. That part made her breath change. She laughed at herself because everyone likes to pretend they're unstartlable until a red line runs through where you look at the world. She put her eye to the peephole and saw the hall. Beige on beige, the kind that makes numbers feel like confessions. A neighbour's welcome mat said hello in a font that tried to be sincere. The thread ran through the peephole's edge and past her eye like a red comet, too slow to be dramatic. She pulled gently. In the hall, 6 feet down, something answered. A sound, small, the tidy, impatient tap she'd heard in the night. She put her ear to the door and heard it better, the thread plucking against something just out of view, again and again, asking for partnership. She put her hand on the knob and stopped. She thought of the rules she'd written for herself in her last life that she'd already broken once by making a deal with a closet. New building, new rules. She said them, low and ridiculous and necessary. If I open, I look. If I look, I don't reach. If I reach, I don't pull. It wasn't good poetry. It was a leash for curiosity. She opened the door. The hallway did what hallways do when they get caught staring, pretend they were minding their own business. Lydia's mop leaned in the corner in a way that said it had earned it. Light from the stairwell fell across the runner rug in a diagonal that made the pattern look purposeful. 6 feet down at the baseboard, the thread ran under 4C's door. The tap had been the thread flicking against the door's aluminum threshold strip. Lena stood in stocking feet, feeling the hall's cooler air slip under her toes, and considered knocking. She didn't. She crouched, pinched the thread, and felt it answer. She felt the faintest suggestion come back through her skin, a suggestion with shape but no words, like when someone takes your hand and without squeezing asks you to follow. She let the thread go. She stood. She closed and locked her door and leaned on it and let her heartbeat decide whether it was clever. She could knock later. She could ask 4C not if they had a cat, but if their walls did. She went back inside, set the grill back on its screws, because dust deserves a home too, and lifted the baseboard in the bedroom the rest of the way so it wouldn't surprise her later by doing it on its own. Then she did the small chore that would make her stomach like her better. She ate something that wasn't leftover pasta and drank water like a person who intended to be worth the city's trouble. That night, the thread did not tap. It hummed, not a sound exactly, but a sympathetic thing, the way a picture frame hums when the music downstairs finds its frequency. She lay in bed and felt the line through the floor the way you feel a train in your chest when you're standing on a platform and looking brave. It was not unfriendly, it was not friendly, it was mechanical's attempt at intimate. She thought of Sewell, the tailor, telling walls they could hold a line, and wondered what else he had told them, what else they had agreed to. At 3 a.m, her phone buzzed with Val's final text of the night. If this turns into a ghost, make sure it pays deposit. She smiled in the dark and typed back, "It's not a ghost, it's a seam." Val, semantically worse. She put the phone face down on the floor by the mattress because she hadn't found the right height for a nightstand, and because she liked the way the screen glow painted the underside of the chair faint blue. She fell asleep to the thread's quiet industry, telling herself she would ask 4C tomorrow. She believed it for exactly as long as it took morning to arrive with news. At 8, a knock at her door. Not the courier's rhythm, not Lydia's knock that sounded like a practical song. This knock came at the level of the peephole and hit it twice, the way someone taps glass to get attention without breaking rules. She looked through. The hall was empty. On the floor beneath her door, a small object sat politely on the runner. A tailor's thimble, old and thumb-shined, with a thin red thread tied to it in a square knot, too neat to be accidental. She opened the door, picked up the thimble, and felt it warm. Not the quick mammal warmth of thread against skin, but the old warmed-by-hand temperature of a thing that belonged to work. There was a scrap of paper tucked into it, neatly rolled. She eased it out. In careful block letters, someone had written, "Don't cut, tie." She sat on the floor with her back against her door and the thimble in her lap, and thought about all the ways you can decide to belong to a place. You can sign your name. You can make a meal. You can learn the size of a radiator and the temper of a shade. Or you can take a red thread seriously because an old tailor made a map once, and the building remembers, and because a stranger across the hall is polite enough to leave you a thimble instead of an explanation. She texted Val a picture of the thimble with the single caption, chapter title. Val sent back, "Pick your needle." She stood, pocketed the thimble, tied her hair up, wiped dust off her hands with the hem of a shirt she didn't like anyway, and said to the apartment, to Saul, to the building that was learning her weight, "Okay, we'll tie." The thread in the wall tightened once in what could have been agreement or gravity. Either way, it was enough to start with. Lena kept the thimble in her pocket the way some people keep a key, thumbed without thinking, touched whenever a decision walked in and asked to be seated. The note inside had said, "Don't cut, tie." She decided to treat it like a posted sign in a language the building spoke better than she did. So she started with the small courtesies. She put the baseboards back where they belonged, nails set carefully, paint line cleaned with a wet finger so the edge wouldn't gossip. She cleaned the dust she'd freed from its hiding places and wiped the knife with oil, because tools that help you should never be left thirsty. Then she followed the thread's route one more time, slower, the way you walk a block where something happened and you want to be sure the ground admits it. The line felt different now that she knew it wasn't alone. It had intention. Not like a living thing, she kept herself from telling that story, but like a system. Whoever Sewell was, he had laid a path with patience and eyelets, and a respect for corners. The thread crossed the closet's back seam, ran behind the bathroom's tiles, shouldered past the radiator's iron confidence, looped the peephole, and slipped under 4C's door. Everywhere it went, someone had made room for it, a drilled lip here, a tiny nick in paint there, as if the building had been consulted and had agreed to hold this idea for as long as asked. She tried to picture the old tailor measuring distances with string and a pencil stub, standing on a step stool in the entry to fix an eyelet no one would ever see, and telling the wall out loud, "Hold this for me." It wasn't romantic, it was labor. That made it easier to trust. At noon, she baked a tray of cookies from a store mix because hospitality is a wrench you can reach for without instructions. She put 6 warm ones on a plate, walked into the hall with the courage that comes from moving slowly, and knocked on 4C, nothing. Silence that sounded like an empty apartment's habit. She left the plate on the mat with a sticky note. "Hi, I'm Lena in 4B, new. Sorry for the dust. I think our walls are in a group project." She added a smiley face that embarrassed her, and left it anyway. Back inside, she stood with her ear against her door, because sometimes grown-ups do child things when the building has introduced a plot point. Footsteps passed, the plate scraped, a door whispered. She waited for a note and got none. A single red thread had been tied around the plate's edge, square knot neat, tails trimmed. She took it as a hello. She spent the afternoon teaching herself the knot Lydia had shown her. Square, not granny. Over, under, the 2 binds crossing like a handshake that had been documented. She practiced on cheap twine, then on a ribbon that had lived on a gift she didn't remember receiving, then on the red thread itself. Just the loose tails, not the line in the walls. She tied 3 miniature squares around the thimble's lip, and they looked like they were about to say something, but hadn't picked the word yet. When she stopped, the apartment felt like a room that had learned the sound of her silence. A radiator ticked once, a nail settled back into wood with a satisfied little sigh, and somewhere a bicycle's chain spoke to a wall through a lock. She cooked something that didn't ask for attention, ate on the counter, and told Val via text that she had moved from the ignore it quadrant to the find out quadrant on the chart of bad ideas. Val replied, "Send your location if you start pulling. I want to be near a charger when you enter Narnia." At 11:18, the red thread made a sound that wasn't a tap. It was a vibration like a mosquito, only smarter. She felt it first in her teeth and then in the little bones of her ear, the line in the wall singing one long note too quietly to persuade, too steady to be ignored. She walked the path with her hand an inch above the baseboard until her palm felt warm. The hum grew stronger at the closet's back seam. She dimmed the bedroom lamp, put the thimble on, and eased the board out the inch she'd left loose, a planned weakness. Behind it, the eyelets held their place, the thread slid, and a polite resistance announced itself like a doorman who didn't need to impress you. She pinched the line. It answered with half a foot of give and then stopped like it remembered a rule. "Okay," she said, "we're not cutting." She took a length from the thread she'd rolled, tied 2 small square knots about 3 inches apart, and clipped the ends with the tiny scissors Lydia had issued like license. She tied her 2-knot segment onto the slack in the wall with another square knot, snug but not mean, and sat back. It felt absurdly ceremonial. The wall did not bless her. The hum, though, changed pitch. It settled by a fraction, just large enough to notice, and then stayed there, as if a conversation had moved on to a new paragraph. Sleep found her in 2 pieces. She woke at 2:03 to the neat tap at the peephole again. She didn't get up. She said through the door, not loud, "I'm here," and the thread responded by not tapping a 3rd time. She fell back into sleep with that peculiar sense of being accompanied not by a person, but by the fact of a place doing its job. In the morning, tape lay under the door like mail. She bent and picked up a small folded note that felt like it had been written with a blunt pencil and conviction. The handwriting was tidy by necessity. "I am in 4C, the line is ours, don't cut. Tie!" The I was printed hard enough to press teeth into the paper. The C in 4C had a flourish it didn't need. She wrote back, "I won't cut, I'm Lena." She slid it under 4C. No reply. At noon, when sun boxed out a patch of warm on her floor and made the dust decide to commit to air, she heard the thread's vibration once more, higher and thinner, and not on her side of the wall. She put her palm, flat, against the closet seam. A breath of cool air leaked from the gap where she'd lifted the board. The smell had changed, less dust, more metal, a faint sweetness that made her think of cedar and old envelopes. She held there for a count of 10 and said, because words to rooms have to be rationed, "Okay, show me." What it showed her was not magic. It was design. The hum warbled, a little up and down like you press a finger gently against a guitar string to make it almost speak. She felt it on her skin. She went to the bathroom. The hum was stronger behind the tub's tiled side. She knocked once, knuckles gentle. The hum lifted. "Okay," she said again. She traced the line along the baseboards like she had the day before, and the day before that, and found that at the front door the thread was pulled just tight enough to suggest 4C had leaned more weight on their end. This was not a haunting. This was a partnership exercise. She wrote a list because lists talk sense to panic. 1, the line is in both. 2, the line vibrates. 3, the line has rules, no cutting. 4, the line probably does work. She had a theory for that last one now. Sol the tailor had not run string through eyelets so that future tenants could have puzzles. He had made a system, maybe alarms, maybe communication, maybe a way to ask for help when the phone did not want to know you. In a building like this, you learn to trust simple machines, doors, latches, pull cords, lines. She imagined a ring on thread and a tug at night, and a neighbour who knew the difference between sound and signal and came with a key. By late afternoon, the building's moods sharpened with weather. Snow without enthusiasm began to collect at the edges of the fire escape, turning the outside into a grey you could taste. The radiator announced its identity loudly enough that even the baseball TV next door respected the interruption. The thread's hum deepened to a note her ear labelled, "You'll want a sweater." She wrapped a scarf, made tea, and did the practical thing. She walked down to the basement to look at the guts. Basements answer questions the polite floors won't. This one was the old kind, concrete that had committed to being damp, paint in a colour no longer manufactured flaking off in fish scales, conduits running like veins, washer and dryer that spoke in coins instead of LEDs. The super, Leon, was down there with a wrench and an AM radio that played the kind of news that used to be a man and a microphone and a clock. He said, "You from 4?" in a way that included every apartment that wasn't the boiler. She introduced herself. He nodded at the earth in a friendly way and said, "You got the stitch then?" The word landed with a click. "The what?" "Stitch," he said, wiping his palm on a rag that had consented to become a rag. "Sol's line. I keep the eyelets oiled when paint crews get ideas, otherwise the walls start chewing it." She liked him immediately for using chewing, like a place with teeth. "What's it for?" He considered her for exactly as long as it takes a person to decide to tell a story without owning it. "I wasn't here then," he said. But Lydia remembers maybe more than she lets on. Saul ran it after a fire in the stairwell when alarms didn't go off right. People got stuck behind smoke. He said, "I make something they can pull. He ran thread through 4 floors, front to back, door to door. You tug, your neighbour hears. Folks used it for other things too. Groceries, watch-outs, tell me you got home. What people use lines for. After he died, most of the floors let it go. Paint. Tenants, renovations. He shrugged with one shoulder like he was negotiating with gravity. 4th kept it. Lydia says leave it, so I leave it. Doesn't bother the boiler. She pictured a firelight night decades ago, the stairwell a throat full of smoke, a tailor with a spool and a plan making a system out of thread because the city takes too long to fix anything that isn't money. Does 4C? He pursed his mouth in a way that conceded a question without granting its answer. Old lady, doesn't like elevators, doesn't like surprises, likes her mail on time. He looked at her kindly, and then past her toward where the thread would run if you could see it through floor and pipe. Likes the stitch. Back upstairs, Lena put the kettle on just to have a small, obedient noise in the room. The snow changed its mind and became rain with tiny ice opinions. She stood at the peephole and considered knocking. Instead, she slid a note under 4C that read, Tea, and waited. Nothing. 10 minutes. 15. A small sound, paper moving, then stillness. At 4:12, a scrap of paper whispered under her door like a polite animal. Inside, a single word in careful block letters, soon. Under it, a small square. She didn't know what the box meant. She drew a check mark in it, folded the note again, and slid it back. No reply. The thread out in the hall gave one light pluck against 4C's threshold strip, as if to let her know it had delivered the message. Evening arrived with the sort of confidence only winter manages. Buildings answer winter by counting their inventory of warmth and deciding how much to share. Lena cooked soup and opened cabinets she hadn't opened yet. The kitchen had a hidden shelf at the back of the highest cabinet, and she found inside it a small tin of tailor's chalk in blue and yellow and a paper measuring tape that had memorized the shape of the hand that used it. She set them on the counter next to the thimble and felt a perimeter form, a little circle of tools that could have been a shrine if she were that kind of person. She wasn't. She was the kind who chooses work. She ate and cleaned and put her palm on the closet seam and felt, simply, company. At 11:40 the hum returned to the pitch she now associated with a request. She texted Val, thread calling, BRB, put on boots and a hat without explaining to herself why, and stood at the front door with the peephole, a dark coin. She didn't open it. She listened. The thread vibrated not at her door, but beyond it. She opened to the hall, and there it was, the thin red line, visible when she wanted to see it, and invisible when it would have made trouble, lying against the runner like a lane marker. It ran from 4B past 4C past 4D, made a 90-degree turn at the corner, as if it had hired a compass, and kept going toward the stairwell, hugging the baseboard like etiquette. She followed. Pieces of a building at night introduce themselves differently. The exit sign hummed in C. The stair treads complained like elders who want respect and aches. On the landing between floors, the thread looped up and under the rail pipe, then back down again in a little lark's head knot that made her like whoever tied it. It led her to the mailboxes. Every building with mailboxes that are older than the first tenant has a personality at that wall. This one was neat, with a certain expectant tilt. The thread ran through the gap where the superintendent's key would go, in one slot and out another, then disappeared under the corkboard that pretended it knew what flyers deserved to last. A single card on that board mattered, a black and white photo of a man at a sewing machine, sleeves rolled, jaw stubborn, with the caption, Solomon Sol K, Taylor, 1919-2002. Someone had drawn a red line under Sol that wasn't part of the print. Someone had then erased it, poorly. Thumbtack hole at each corner, taped to the lower right, a mass card from a funeral 15 years old. The thread slid behind the photo and reappeared at the bottom, then pointed itself toward the stairs that went down. She didn't follow. She let the line make an arrow out of itself and then watched it go slack again, as if it had merely wanted to prove it could point. Back in 4B, she stood at the closet seam and tied another little 2-knot segment into the slack and clipped the tails neat enough to make Lydia proud. Then, because the building had put her on a schedule without a calendar, she sat on the floor and said the truth she had been avoiding. "What do you need me for?" The hum softened. The thread tugged once toward the front door, then once toward the bathroom, then settled near the closet as if to say, "Here." She thought of emergencies. Fire, fall, a person alone in a hallway with a ground that suddenly arrived too quickly. She thought of banalities that become lifelines. "You home? You up? Would you knock?" She thought of old women who didn't like elevators and old men who laid lines, so none of that had to be a miracle. She said, "Because you have to offer terms if you want a contract." "Okay. If you tug, I check. If you not, I answer. If you need me to go, I go." 2 hours into the kind of sleep that feels like alone, the thread tugged hard enough to be a name. She was up without deciding to be. The hum had a ragged edge, like a voice that had run marching band drills and then tried to whisper. She put her hand on the door and the vibration bloomed in her palm. She opened into the hall and found the line pulled tight, a straight red argument from 4B to 4C. She knocked on 4C. Nothing. She knocked again, louder, the way you knock, when a person should be awake, even if they are tragically asleep. "This is Lena," she said through the wood. "Do you need help?" The thread answered by not relaxing. She tried the knob. Locked. She put her ear to the crack and heard, not silence, but something worse. Laboured breath, not theatrical, real, wet at the edges, a body that had decided to count minutes in smaller units. Lydia answered her phone on the second ring because supers live near the border crossing between day and night. "Fourth," Lena said. "4C. I think I'm coming." The hallway's cold gathered in her shirt as she waited. 30 seconds, 90. Then Lydia at the end of the hall, hair in a scarf, keys in a hand that had never dropped keys on purpose. Leon behind her with a toolbox that had practiced for exactly this. Lydia knocked once, said, "Mrs. Katz?" through the door, in a voice that had earned its authority, then slid a key into the lock that fought her, and won, then fought again, and lost. The door opened on a room that smelled like those moments in hospitals when the air can't keep up. Mrs. Katz lay on the pull-out's thin mattress, face grey where faces aren't supposed to be, one hand at her throat like she was reminding herself to swallow. The newscaster on mute was telling the right time without audio help. The window was open 2 inches, the way winter makes a bargain with old people. Lydia was at her before Lena had finished deciding which parts of her knew how to help. "Pulse," Lydia said, and took it. "Ambulance," Leon said, and dialed. "Door," Lena said to herself, and propped it with a shoe because stretchers don't like doors that think they're shy. The thread ran from 4C's closet to the baseboard, through the eyelets, into 4B, into her closet, and the line between the apartments was taut enough to pluck. Not symbolism, system. Mrs. Katz struggled to sit. Lydia put a hand on her shoulder in a way that offered both choice and insistence. "Heimlich?" Leon asked no one and everyone. "No," Lydia said, and tilted Mrs. Katz forward a little, and then, in a move that made Lena realize how much support looks like choreographed gentleness, Lydia put 2 careful fingers under the older woman's jaw and said, "Breathe here." Mrs. Katz obeyed. The breath that came was audible and grateful. They waited with her in that long 5 minutes, where fear tries to write a different story, and sometimes does. Paramedics arrived the way good news arrives, out of breath and prepared. They reset Mrs. Katz's oxygen, spoke in patient sentences, asked about medications, listened to a chest that had taped itself emotionally too tight. In the bustle, one of them bumped the baseboard where the thread emerged. He glanced down. "What's this?" he asked no one, meaning it literally. "Stitch," Lydia said. "It calls neighbours." The paramedic, whose face said this was not the weirdest sentence he had heard this week, nodded. "It worked," he said, and looked at Lena like she belonged here. They left with Mrs. Katz at a pace that didn't insult her dignity. Lydia and Leon stood in the hall watching the elevator close with the kind of stillness you keep for sacred things, even if the surname doesn't require it. Lydia turned to Lena and took Lena's hand and gave it one firm squeeze. "You felt it," she said. It wasn't a question. Lena nodded. The thread between their doors went slack and lazy as a cat. Leon said, "You tied?" She nodded again. He grunted, approval disguised as noise, and went back down to negotiate with pipes. Lydia said, "Tea," and they made it in 4B at 1 in the morning, like women who know you don't go back to bed until you teach the night where it stands. She told Lena a story about Sewell that wasn't really about Sewell and was really about her, about bodies that decided to be useful when bureaucracy chose sleep. "He made the first stitch after the fire," she said, "but he made more after, for loneliness, for small brave. You tug, I come. That is a life." After they left, the building learned how to be quiet again. Not the empty quiet, the earned kind. Lena walked the line one more time and tied a tiny knot near the peephole, where threads had rubbed smooth with the evening's work. She clipped the tails and rubbed the knot flat with her thumb so it would not catch on clothes or future. In the bedroom, she set the thimble on the sill and the tin of chalk beside it, and the measuring tape coiled like a sleeping thing. The wind leaned its shoulder against the window and gave up. She sat on the floor and finally let the adrenaline have its last loud say. Then she did a small ritual she hadn't known she had. She tapped the baseboard twice where the line ran through and said, "We're good." The line did not reply. It didn't need to. It was slack. That was its thank you. Morning brought the thimble back to her pocket and a new note under the door in that deliberate printing, "Thank you," a box. No name. She drew another check mark and slid it under 4C without commentary. In the hall, someone had swept without advertising it. The runner looked like it had remembered which direction it wanted to travel. On the corkboard downstairs, a new square of paper appeared next to Sewell's photo. A simple red line drawn between two boxes labelled 4B and 4C with an arrow. Under it, in a different hand, someone had written, "Stitch in good order." For the rest of the week, she listened better. The thread didn't hum every night now that it knew she knew. It didn't have to shout. On Tuesday, it made a light tremor at 9:30, and she found that 4D needed someone to buzz their groceries in because the courier had missed them by 7 minutes, and nobody should be punished for weather. On Thursday, it asked her with one polite pluck to check the laundry room because a cycle had stalled and a sweater was in danger of changing species. On Friday, it stayed politely quiet while she ate takeout on the floor and watched the snow consider whether to become a project, and then it sang a long, steady note at 2 a.m. that brought Lydia to the door with her scarf again, and a gentle, "I already called," because Mrs. Katz had decided to come home against medical advice, and a building cannot stop you from wanting your own bed if your body wants it too. Between all that, Lena kept living. She worked. She told Val everything in the medium sarcastic that makes friendship productive. She learned the sound of the elevator cable when it was in a mood, and the way the third stair from the top declared itself to anyone too light on their feet. She bought a softer bulb for the bathroom mirror and hung another picture, her mother, aged 20, on a stoop in a city that was pretending to be a different city, one eyebrow up in a way that needed no translation. When she pressed a thumb against the inner side of the closet seam, she could feel, deep, the faintest of tensions running like a spine through the wall, a sign that something somewhere along the line had been tied right and would hold until asked to let go. If you're looking for a jump scare, the building refused to provide one. It gave her the respectable horror of responsibility instead. Once, at 3 a.m, she woke to the smallest of tugs and found the line drawn toward the entry in a way that could have been a draft, but wasn't. When she opened the door, a teenager in a jacket too thin for the weather stood there with the lost look kids get when courage outruns a plan. He held up a phone with a dead screen and said, "Sorry, my friend's in too, my phone died. I pulled the, thread?" She let him in, plugged the phone, watched him text the friend, and sent him down the hall with a tell him to knock. She sat afterward with a thimble in her palm and understood why Saul had made a system instead of waiting for the city to love him back. By the end of the second week, Lena could find the line with her eyes closed. It was a body skill now, a sense like balance. She'd be making coffee and feel a faint sympathetic tremor through the floor, like a guitar leaning on a table when someone laughs, and she'd know if it was 4D missing a delivery, or the washer downstairs deciding it had contributed enough, or 4C asking for presents instead of help. The thimble lived in her pocket. The tiny scissors lived in the drawer by the door. The chalk tin sat on the sill, blue and yellow triangles awkwardly elegant next to the measuring tape, all of it looking like a little travelling altar to work. She didn't call it that. She called it what it was, tools on deck. Mrs. Katz came home on a Monday afternoon with a coat too light for the air and a face that had traded colour for resolve. Lydia walked her down the hall in a pace that matched the older woman's stubbornness, not her weakness. "Tea later," Mrs. Katz told Lena without stopping, like an instruction she had already written into the night. The door to 4C closed with the gentlest possible click, a dignity preserved. 10 minutes later, the thread did one small, content tug, a hello that knew it was allowed to be brief. Lena answered with a single square knot near the closet seam, tails trimmed neat, because a thing done right calms a room. The stitch wasn't a secret anymore, not exactly. People on the 4th had always known, but now it had presence. Leon had slid a plastic sleeve over Lena's little map by the mailboxes so weather from boots wouldn't tear the corners. Someone had added a note on a post-it in round teacher handwriting. "If it hums more than a minute, knock. If knocking fails, call me." Below it, a phone number, no name. A second-hand, teenage, probably, had written, "Use your ear, not your eyes," which would have been smug if it weren't correct. The building had begun to behave like a place with a plan. 3 things happened before the pattern announced itself. First, the management company taped a notice in the lobby, "Hallway repainting, Thursday to Saturday, no exceptions." Second, the thread hummed one long, low note on Tuesday night at 11:53 that made Lena stand in her own doorway and count her breath until her shoulders understood they weren't back in that midnight with Mrs. Katz. The hum wasn't alarm, it was rehearsal. She hummed back, one steady tone, and the line softened into quiet, as if a test had been answered correctly. Third, a card appeared under her door Wednesday morning, folded neat, the block letters careful, but looser, less laboured than the first notes she'd received. "Thursday they paint. Do not let them cut. Tie the painters." The joke, or the intent at one, made her snort coffee and then cough it back into her cup. She slid the card under 4C, noted, "I can bribe with cookies." A minute later, the line plucked the peephole in gratitude. The sound of thread on aluminum had become the building's version of copy. She met the painters at 8 sharp because that's when men with ladders like to start announcing the day. 2 of them. A foreman with a clipboard who enjoyed the ritual of holding a pen, and a younger guy already dusted in white like he'd been practicing since dawn. The foreman explained the plan as if explaining was a favor: masking, rolling, trim. He used words like refresh and neutral tone, while the younger guy taped off the elevator buttons with a competence that made Lena like him on sight. There was no mention of thread. She said, "There's something you should know," and the foreman's eyes did the slide people's eyes do when they are choosing whether to take a detour. "Red thread runs the baseboard," she said. "It stays." He smiled, the professional smile of men who have met residents with requests. "We'll paint over it," he said. "You won't see it?" "We need it," she said. "It's a line. If you pull it or cut it, things get worse." He looked past her at the map in the sleeve by the mailboxes and made a face at someone else's problem. "Lady," he said, not unkindly, "we're here to make it nice." She held his gaze and didn't blink. "Taping the baseboard is making it nice." "That's not in the scope," he said. She thought of Lydia's scarf coming down the hallway at 1 in the morning. "It is today. This is the part where you expect a small fight. You'd be right." The foreman did the shrug of a man auditioning indifference. Lena did the friendly escalation. She knocked on Lydia's door while Leon emerged from the basement with an expression he kept for contracts that forgot buildings were living things. Lydia's look said, "Did they try scope on you?" The foreman tried the word liability, and Leon returned the word lawsuit with a smile that didn't move his eyes. The younger painter watched all of it with the patience of someone who knows his boss will decide he made the call. In the end, the work changed shape. Blue tape along the seam, careful X's over each eyelet, a promise that if the roller caught, the line under would remain untouched. The foreman initialed something. Lena brought out cookies. The younger painter took one and said, mouthful, "My grandma had wire down the stairs in her building. Same idea. People didn't break ankles." She put a second cookie in a napkin and handed it to him because competence should be fed. They rolled on primer. As the brush cut the line between wall and ceiling, as the roller laid a soft white blanket over beige, the thread in the baseboard did its own small music. It vibrated not in distress, but in reception. Each time the tape gloved an eyelet, the line hummed a fraction lower. "If it sings," the younger guy said at one point, wiping his forehead with his wrist, "does it mean we're right?" "If it screams," Lena said, "I bring out the bad cookies." He laughed. The foreman did not. When they broke at noon, the hallway looked like a hospital trying to remember its own name. The thread remained exactly where it belonged, a hidden live wire in a building that liked analog. The pattern began to show itself after the second coat, when the light from the stairwell turned thin and blue and honest. Lena had been following the painters down, tidying tape tails to keep the line visible, when she saw it. Over the peephole of 4A within the fresh paint, a faint linear swelling like a vein. Not red, but not red. If you'd run your fingers there, the skin of paint would have whispered of something beneath. She stepped back. Across from it, at 4D, the same suggestion. Up the stairs at the turn, over the riser that people always stepped around, another faint swelling, this one angling down like a bias cut on fabric. Behind the new white, beneath the accumulated decision of colours previous residents had chosen badly, were other lines, not many, not whole, but present. She took a slow breath and felt her scalp prick, not with fear, with recognition. Saul had not run a single stitch. He had made a pattern. She adjusted to the fact slowly, so it would stick. In the light near the mailboxes under Saul's photograph, the baseboard had been sanded at some point long ago, and beneath the new smoothness the faintest of arcs showed in relief, the ghost of a loop like a tailor's knot. She touched it with 2 fingers, and the paint gave the soft answer of age. The thread under Lena's floor answered with a tiny hum, like a friend clearing a throat from the next room. The younger painter saw her pause. "You okay?" "He ran more lines," she said. "Who?" "Saul." She pointed to the photo. The kid squinted. "Oh, could be. Backstairs used to have a bell pull. My uncle—" He stopped because the foreman called his name. "Anyway," he said, and shrugged in a way that suggested the world was full of systems old men had made and young men had learned to repair without getting paid for the history. He went back to his roller. Lena stayed with the swellings. That night brought weather that could not make up its mind, rain at the windows like soft fingers, then sleet shouldering in, then wind that tried to argue the fire escape into singing. The elevator decided to think about things and not about motion. The lights flickered twice, then made a brave show of constancy. At 10:31, the power left like a roommate who doesn't say goodbye. The building took a breath that didn't land. Somewhere a child said, "Hey!" and a parent said, "It'll come back," with the kind of confidence children deserve, even when it's rented. The hallway pocketed itself in dark. Lena stood in her doorway and waited for the thread's grammar. It came. Not a hum. A series. 3 quick tugs, a pause, 3 slower, a long, steady pull. She felt it in her palm and her teeth and the muscles of her forearm. She said the code out loud so her body could store it with a second copy. 3 quick, 3 slow, 1 long. She didn't know what it meant, but she knew it meant something. The line pulled toward the stairwell. She put on boots and a coat and took the chalk and drew a thin blue arrow on the baseboard pointing toward the stairs. "You marking?" Leon's voice came from the dark like a reasonable ghost. "So people don't watch their feet forget," she said, and he grunted approval and added a yellow mark at the landing where the riser always tricked people into turning the wrong way. She followed the thread down 1 flight. At 3B, a phone flashlight made a small local moon, a woman in slippers inventing comfort for a child with a stuffed bear, and the stubborn will to outworry the night. At 3C, someone had already propped their door open because closed doors make panic louder. The line pulled her to the 2nd floor landing, and there the air changed. Cold and sweet, fresh air drafted through from the back stairwell where someone had opened the door to the outside to let the building borrow the street's lungs. Past that, a smell that her body labelled without permission, electrical. Insulation warmed, not fire yet, flirtation. "Panel?" she asked into the dark. "Basement," Leon said from behind her, and he was already moving, each stair taking his weight without complaint, because the building knew his name. The thread tugged left, toward the laundry room. Lena followed and found in the doorway a teenager she'd seen once, in a jacket that mistook fashion for weather. He held a flashlight like a knight holds a sword for the first time, and looked both brave and 17. "Machine stopped," he said quickly, "because when adults arrive, you report. The cord, In the flash's weak spill, she saw it, the dryer's plug half out, arcing faintly, a blue spit at the outlet like a small, mean fairy. "Don't touch," she said, and then louder, "Leon!" He had seen it too. He pushed the main breaker for the laundry's line with the care of a man, diffusing not a bomb, but the narrative. The spit died. The smell remained like a warning taken. "Ow!" he told the kid. "You did right to pull. Next time you yell and I run." The kid nodded with more pride than fear. "I followed the thread," he said, almost defensive. "Good," Leon said. "Do it again." The line under Lena's feet relaxed into the happy slack of a crisis that had thought about being a story and decided on an anecdote instead. They climbed back to the fourth in the kind of thick dark that makes your eyes offer to change careers. The arrows in chalk reassured her in a way she hadn't expected. She had turned her house into a place that remembered left and right. At 4C, a door opened an inch, and Mrs. Katz's voice, small but steady, said, "It's you?" "It's me," Lena said. "You're fine." This time, Mrs. Katz said, and the door closed again. The lights stuttered on 10 minutes later, apologized by being too bright, and then settled. The elevator chose to be a person again. The building shook itself in that way old places do when they feel acknowledged. The next morning, the management company sent a cheerful email about minor interruptions, accompanied by a photo of a smiling light bulb that looked like it had never been in a basement. In the lobby, someone had tucked a note behind Saul's picture. "Thank you." And then, in small print, a legend. Lena squinted and smiled. Morse, the building learning to code. The threads tug sequence from last night was now a key pinned under a dead tailor's portrait. She took a pen and added a translation: stairwell, laundry, panel, and someone, probably the teenager, drew a little bear next to it. The pattern had begun to graduate from superstition to infrastructure. The pattern had politics too. The foreman returned to finish trim and saw the chalk arrows and made a face like he'd walked into a grammar argument. "We're painting over those," he said. "After," Lena said. "After what?" "After the next thing the arrows help with." He opened his mouth to say scope again and closed it because Lydia was behind Lena with a stack of mail and a look that had ended negotiations better than this man's paycheck. "Leave the arrows," Lydia said, and he did. When they were done, the hall looked improbably elegant. White without being indecent, trim without pretending to be crown, the baseboard painted around the thread with care that read as confidence. The younger painter ran a finger over an eyelet lovingly taped and said, half to himself, "My grandma would like this." The foreman signed his papers. Lena handed him a Tupperware of the bad cookies in a labelled attempt at détente. "For scope," she said. He snorted. "You don't make friends with contractors. You keep them from making enemies with your walls." That evening, Mrs. Katz opened her door more than an inch and handed Lena something wrapped in tissue. "For you," she said, and the tone made it clear this was the part of the story where things get passed down. Inside, a small card of heavy paper, the kind patterns used to come printed on, edges rounded with use, holes punched neatly at intervals along one side. Through the holes ran short lengths of thread in different colours: red, blue, yellow, a sober brown, 2 whites, 1 natural, the ends waxed so they wouldn't fray. Each had a knot tied at its end, different for each: square, figure 8, surgeons, something Lena didn't know the name for, but recognized from the way it made a tidy bump, like a bead under a shirt. On the card, in pencil, Saul's codes. Next to each coloured stub, a note in cramped script: red, call; blue, listen; yellow, wait; brown, meet; white, X1, okay; white, X2, not okay; natural, food. At the bottom, in a second hand older than the first, shaky but certain: don't cut. Tie. "He left it with me when he moved," Mrs. Katz said. "Said, you'll know who to give it to." I said, "What if I'm wrong?" He said, "You'll still know. I kept it because I didn't." Now I do. Lena held the card like it might choose to break if she didn't do it justice. "Thank you," she said, and earned the right to that word. She spent an hour that night learning the knots like a child learning a prayer. She tied each one 3 times, eyes open, then blind. The unknown one, Saul's, required a twist she kept getting wrong until she didn't. When her hands could do it without her eyes, she tied it in the thread at the baseboard near the peephole, a small bump the building could only feel. The line answered with a very gentle hum, not a request, not a command. A hello passed along stud and paint. She sat on the floor, card on her thigh, and didn't cry, which surprised her. She had expected a release. What came instead was steadiness, a sense of having slipped into a pattern that predated her and would outlast her, and a responsibility that felt less like weight and more like fit. The pattern had one more lesson waiting, and it came as a test written by weather. On Saturday, the storm stopped pretending and became serious. Wind shoved sleet sideways. The streetlights wore halos and then lost them. Around 9, the thread delivered a yellow, wait, without urgency, just the nudge that says a thing will need doing, but not yet. At 9:43, the lights went out again and didn't immediately decide to return. The elevator stuck between floors. Lena could hear it sulk. The line pulled blue. Listen, and she put her ear to the baseboard because instructions had stopped being metaphors. From the stairwell, a noise, not fear, not pain, a voice practicing calm. "We're okay," someone said, urgent, in the way people talk in the dark to other people who are bravely lying. "We're okay," the voice repeated. And it didn't crack, which is how you know good neighbours. The line went brown. Meet. She opened to the hall to find 4 others already there. The teenager with the too-thin jacket, a woman from 4A with a baby in a sling, who had clearly decided not to ask permission to bring a new life into a draft, a grad student from 4D with a headlamp that made him a lighthouse and a confidence that made him right, and Leon, because of course, Leon. "Elevator," the grad student said, "between 2 and 3. "We prop doors," the woman said, strong voice. Good plan. The baby slept like a person who had hired experts. "I'll go to 3, the teenager offered, with a speed that suggested he had been waiting to be needed. "I'll go to 2, Lena said. The brown on the card had said meet, and they were doing it. The building made a soft affirmative sound that could have been wind. On 2, she found the elevator door with the hand crank slot and the little panel that claims authority. She chalked an arrow for anyone arriving late and knocked. 2, she said. "We're here." From inside, a voice that probably gave tours in the daytime, this thing he was doing now with instruction and empathy. "It's okay," he said to a passenger we couldn't yet see. "People are here?" "We're here," she repeated, because repetition builds floors in the air. Leon clanked the crank at 3. The doors parted like lips, pressed by stubbornness. Inside, a man in his 50s, gripping the rail with the intensity of men who have trained themselves to grip instead of feel. Sweat at the hairline, the fight between fear and pride ending in a truce. "Step across," the grad student said, measured, safe. The man did. He landed like a person who had wanted to thank someone in advance and now got to. "I hate elevators," he confessed to no one. And 3 people said, "Yes," in 3 different languages like a choir with good timing. The line went white, X1, okay, and then went silent. By the time the lights came back, the chalk arrows had turned the 4th floor turn into a navigable event, and the baseboards looked like a book that had gotten marginalia from a careful reader. The painter's foreman came Sunday to do touch-ups and stared at the arrows like graffiti that had earned tenure. He painted around them. "Scope," he said, without heat, and Lena handed him not cookies, but a nod that said, "We're on the same page even if we aren't in the same book." Later, when the building had warmed its bones and the storm had chosen a new city to bully, Mrs. Katz rang the stitch, 2 polite taps on the peephole, and Lena knocked back once. Tea, as promised. In 4C, the air smelled like lemon and blankets. On the wall above the couch, framed under glass, hung a piece of paper older than the apartment, a garment pattern marked with charcoal lines and notes in Yiddish and English, darts and grains and seam allowances, tiny holes punched where tailor's tacks once told fabric who it was. A red thread ran through 2 of the holes, tied in Saul's knot. Mrs. Katz saw her looking. "He said a good pattern outlasts the hands that cut it," she said. "He said sometimes you must trace the old lines because the new cloth is stupid." She poured tea, Pinky not out because she had never done that for anyone. "You trace," she said to Lena. "You do not invent. You will want to. You choose to trace." It sounded like instructions and blessing and warning, all 3. Lena walked back to 4B with the card of codes heavier in her pocket than its weight justified. She sat on the floor where the closet seam raised its small ridge like a healed incision. She tied one more knot into the line, not to ask, not to answer, just to mark that this was being done on purpose. The line warmed under her thumb. The apartment did the thing buildings do when they accept you. It stopped auditioning and simply held. The pattern wasn't mysterious anymore. It was work. It had rules. It had a language that was more grammar than drama. And if something older than her had threaded it through the walls, it was now hers to maintain, not as a hero, but as a neighbor. You don't get jump scares in a system like that. You get to be steady for strangers and call it a story later, close to midnight, when quiet lay down properly and the city agreed to lower its shoulders. The thread did one last, tiny thing. It tugged red, call barely. She put her ear to the baseboard. From 4C, a sound of 2 porcelain cups touching in a kitchen, washed and set to dry. Then the peephole tapped once, so gentle she almost wrote it off as memory. She tapped back just once. The line slackened like an animal circling and lying down near someone it trusts. She turned off the light, and the dark belonged to them in the ordinary, invincible way dark belongs to rooms that have decided to keep their promises. By March, the building had learned her weight. The stair knew which step she skipped when her hands were full. The elevator hesitated less if she hummed while waiting, a superstition that cost nothing and sometimes paid back with speed. The stitch under the baseboards had a calendar sense. It tugged for groceries before storms, hummed when the mail got stuck, plucked twice when the laundry room forgot how to empty itself. Lena kept Saul's card of codes in a sleeve on the corkboard with copies tucked into 4A, 4C, and 4D. You don't have to use it, she'd told them, but now it won't be lost. Mrs. Katz had patted the sleeve and said, "He would be rude about how you laminated," which was the kindest approval the old woman knew how to give. The map downstairs had grown modest annotations, arrows for exits, a note about the crank on 2, the Morse line translated into plain words. The stitch was no longer a rumour. It wasn't a ghost story either. It was a tool the floor wore like a tendon. 2 things shifted on a Monday. First, a letter slid under every door on management letterhead with punchy words like upgrade and compliance. A contractor would be walking the building to remove legacy hazards and streamline egress. Second, the thread delivered a single red call, then went deliberately slack, the courteous equivalent of stepping out of the way so you could see who was coming. At noon, 3 men arrived with badges clipped to pockets and vests the colour of gentrified caution. The first spoke fluent code. The second measured everything that could be measured with a laser that hummed like a bored insect. The third took photos and avoided eye contact with the building, which told Lena everything she needed to know about who would cut if asked. They were not cruel. They were efficient. Efficiency is sometimes just cruelty in a pressed shirt. The man with code saw the sleeve on the corkboard and smiled in the way professionals do at folklore. "We'll need this cleared," he said, and his pen touched the map as if it were contagious. "Hallways should be free of postings." He gestured with a circle that included Saul's photograph without seeing it. The tape on 4B's baseboard that gloved the eyelet made his eyebrows do a small lift. "And what's this?" "Stitch," Lena said, because naming is defense. "Non-electrical line for neighbor assist." "Trip hazard," he said. "Combustible, out of code." He said code like scripture and hazard like gossip. "It's under the baseboard," she said, and smiled without showing bone. "It survived your paint. It's tied. We don't cut." He wrote something on his pad with the boredom of a man writing down a story he intends to erase later. "We'll see," he said, and his team moved on like weather that decides your neighborhood is part of its plan. You know the feeling when a sentence written by someone else begins to move the furniture in your life. That night, the stitch did not hum. It lay with the still patience of a cat on the arm of a chair, eyes open, saying nothing. Lena sat on the floor with her back against the closet seam and let herself think the thought she had skirted since the first night she saw the red line name itself on her shoe. Things get simpler when you remove them, but simpler isn't kinder, and a building that forgets what it promised becomes an address, not a place. On Wednesday, a notice appeared with a date. Friday. Contractor will remove obsolete lines, patch holes, seal voids. The phrase, seal voids, made Lena's hands go cold. She took the sleeve down, folded the map, slid it under her door. No need giving a plan to men who replace plans with diagrams, and knocked on 4C. The door opened halfway. Mrs. Katz wore a sweater that had been mended 3 times in the same place by the same hand. The arm showed it. Her face was pale in the way faces get when they've had too much company from worry. Lena said, "Friday," and the old woman nodded once. "Saul fought them twice," she said. "He won once." "How?" "He made it embarrassing to lose to him." She straightened a dish towel with the same neatness she'd straighten a shirt front on a grandson. "You will need help. They don't believe until they need. So you show need." Lena thought of engineering lectures dressed as policy. She thought of the night in the laundry room when a blue spit at an outlet chose not to become a name. She thought of the toddler in 4A who had learned the building's hum and clapped when the radiators sang. Help would manifest. But someone had to call it. Thursday, the stitch sang yellow wait all day. She waited. At dusk, 4D's door opened with a blast of garlic and optimism. The grad student, Ben, wore the headlamp around his neck, like jewelry, and carried a mason jar full of screws because he'd been fixing a wobbly chair, and fixing one thing always makes you bring tools to the next room. He said, "Contractors, like weather, you don't respect." The teenager from 4B's hall came out with a roll of blue tape and bravado. Lydia emerged with her scarf and the look that had once sent a man back downstairs to redo a job he'd sworn was over. Leon brought the key ring and a thermos that smelled like honest coffee. Mrs. Katz appeared, thin, upright, the thimble she'd given back to Lena now on her own finger, like she'd borrowed it for a protest. "We're not chaining ourselves to anything," she said, as if to set a limit everyone could live with. "But we can speak to the usefulness of thread." They walked the route as practice. They traced the baseboard and the climbs and the turns with their fingers without tugging, a rehearsal of muscle memory that would matter if strangers pulled. They posted a copy of Soul's codes in the elevator in print, large enough for stubborn men. Ben drew arrows in chalk at knee height where light fails first. The teenager carried cookies door to door, and said, "Friday, you hear noise knock," and his politeness sold it better than urgency would have. Lydia set a chair in the hall outside 4C like a statement. At 11, the line delivered a brown "meet just once," as if to say you did. Good. Friday morning brought bright men and dull forms. The foreman wore a shirt that had never been in a basement. He held a clipboard thick with the kind of pages that make right things wrong. 2 crews split the hall, one to remove old hardware, one to seal voids. The phrase had become personal. They started at the far end because beginnings like to pretend they are less consequential if done near someone else's door. Tape came up, baseboards pried. The young guy from Paint, rehired for trim, looked sick and kept his hands in his pockets because loyalty and day rate don't always agree. When the pry bar hit the first eyelet and the man with photos said, "Get that out," Lena said, clearly and without heat, "Don't cut." The code man smiled at her the way doctors do when you tell them what you Googled. "We're clearing hazards," he said. "There's an elevator, there's a phone, there's thread," she said. He kept smiling. "Not after today." It took exactly 3 minutes for the building to organize its counter-argument. A power sag made the elevator blink no at the call button. It wasn't sabotage, it was weather, grid, coincidence, the city doing its own shrug. A courier arrived with an armful of packages and no patience, and left them in a shy pile by the mailboxes. 4A's baby, affronted by new voices, let out the kind of cry that clears dairy aisles. Through it all, the Stitch lay quiet. If this were a parade, this is where the marching band would decide to be late. The man with photos jammed a flathead under the tape that protected the eyelet near 4D, worked it side to side, and pried. The screw squealed. The eyelet came, the baseboard splintered, the red line snapped. The sound was not dramatic. It did not whip. It breathed out, a clean little sigh as tension gave up. In 4C, a cup clinked too sharply against a saucer. In 4B, Lena felt the slack hit her palm like a fish that decides it isn't hungry after all. She said, "No," softly, to no one with authority. The man with photos said, "See, it's nothing." He coiled the red like a victory. He did not notice the room flinch. Sometimes rooms flinch. The people built into them do too. The thread under Lena's baseboard didn't just go quiet. It went absent. That was the part that felt like being hit with a sentence you were sure the world had retired. Absence in a system is worse than silence. Silence means listen. Absence means you're alone. She stood in her own doorway and let her hands ask their one good question. "What do you need?" The answer came from 4C, not the Stitch. Her ear, a spoon on tile, a small O that had no breath around it. "Lydia," Lena called, and the scarf was already moving. "Leon." "Keys." "Ben, crank on 2 in case." The men in vests looked startled, then offended, then, good for them, useful. They reached 4C and found the door still ajar from when Mrs. Katz had watched. Inside, the old woman sat on the pull-out with one hand, clutching her sweater exactly where scared people do, 2 inches below the collarbone. Blue crept at the lips the way a disobedient tide creeps up a beach. She was making the sound you associate with air, trying to decide if it's allowed in. "Don't call," she said, because pride and fear share a hallway. Lydia ignored the order. "Ambulance," she told Leon. "Bring me the box." The box was the one with the bag valve mask and the nitrile gloves, and the numbers written on the lid from a class in a church basement that had pretended to be plenty until asked. The teenager stood in the doorway and held the world back because traffic matters, even in a room. The contractors hovered, unbriefed participants, at a ritual that didn't need them. Lena did not chew the men. She went to the baseboard and put her fingers into the gap where the eyelet had been. She found the red slack that had given up on pretending to be part of a system, and she tied it. Not just any knot, soles, twist, tuck, square over the twist so it would hold under insult. The line moved under her hands like something that forgives if you get it right. She didn't pull, she seated it, snug the way nerves like to be. Then, because this is what the work had taught her, she tied a second knot a foot down to give the first a partner. She clipped the tails with the little scissors Lydia had given her months ago and pressed her thumb to the join until the warmth of her skin and the warmth of the room decided the rope belonged again. The line took tension, not forceful, enough. It hummed, shy, a blush of sound under the chaotic air. In the hall, 4A's baby stopped crying mid-breath, the way children do when atmosphere changes. In the apartment, Mrs. Katz took a longer inhale than fear had promised. The ambulance arrived and the room surrendered to protocol. Compression. Oxygen. Questions. Answers from Lydia, voiced like truth, doesn't change with volume. The men in vests stood with their clipboards held to their chests like regrets. Lena stepped into the hall and felt the stitch in her palm argue itself back toward courage. On the baseboard below Saul's photo, a chalk arrow, Ben's hand, now had a second line under it, underlined twice. Tie, someone had written. It wasn't necessary. People had already begun. The contractors, to their credit, asked the correct question after. Is that line... The code man couldn't quite bring himself to say, needed. It's tied to neighbours, Lena said. It's old. It's not your kind of safe. It's mine. He looked at the baseboard, at the eyelet he'd almost put in his pocket to throw away, at the old woman carried with dignity down the hall to people who would count her breaths and stack them into an argument against an ending. If it's under the baseboard, he said finally, it's not a trip hazard. And if you tape the eyelets when you paint, the younger guy added, the scope becomes cooperative. The foreman, reappearing in the corridor as men do when they sense liability turning, saw the calculus and opted out. Patch what's broken, he told his crew. Leave what isn't. He initialed something on a form as if absolution lived in paperwork. It doesn't. It lives in decisions. The ambulance didn't use sirens on the way out. It didn't have to. Mrs. Katz returned that evening with colour where colour belonged, and a new pill schedule and an opinion about nurses that was complimentary by her standards. The stitch tapped the peephole once as she crossed the threshold. She tapped it back with a knuckle that had sewn a lot of things into being and said, rude to leave without saying hello. The men in vests completed their tour of the building without further zeal. The man with photos took a picture of Saul's map in the sleeve and pretended it was so his supervisor could roll his eyes with more accuracy. The young painter replaced the eyelet he hadn't meant to guard and patted the baseboard like a dog he wasn't allowed to adopt. When it was quiet and the city put its elbows on the table and stopped pretending to be better than it was, Lena sat on her floor with the card of codes and wrote a new line in pencil at the bottom, in the space that hadn't asked for company. Read, tied, twice, repair. She hesitated and then added another word, stay. She wasn't making doctrine. She was making a list. The building accepted the day's amendment. The stitch behaved like a tendon that had been strained and now trusted the muscle again. It asked only for small things for a while, a check on 4A when the baby slept too long and the mother wanted a break from worrying, a turn of the laundry knob when the washer sulked mid-cycle, a tilt of the front mat when Wynne tried to convince it to travel. Management's letter about legacy hazards found the trash before it found consideration. The men returned once to patch a piece of plaster near the mailboxes and left one of their ladders by mistake, which felt like a kind of apology. Weeks rounded off into themselves. Spring made windows forget their weight. The teenager started wearing a better jacket because the building had learned his name, and that kind of attention changes how you dress. Ben's headlamp found excuses to shine on fewer emergencies and more home projects, because calm begets fixing for fun. Lydia taught a what to do until the ambulance class in the basement with chairs borrowed from 4 kitchens and a coffee urn that deserved a pension. Mrs. Katz showed Lena how to take a waist-in on a dress without letting the seams confess their surgery. Lena watched her hands and learned a second language in the way old women teach. Move like me, then we'll talk about it. She walked home with a paper pattern in a bag and thought about how you trace lines not to honor the past, but to fit the present. The last thing that happened felt small the way the first thing had. A Monday morning, early, the light banished, but not yet convincing. The stitch tugged natural food once, then again when she didn't immediately prioritize adulthood. She opened her door expecting a delivery lost to time. Instead, on the runner, a grocery bag with contents sorted the way someone with lists sorts them. Cans on the bottom, fruit on top, bread in the middle like a petition. A note paper-clipped to the handle in tidy block for 2B. You go? The red thread ran from the bag handle to the baseboard, a little leash so facts wouldn't wander. She went. On 2, a woman Lena had never met opened to a stranger holding a bag and a thimble in her pocket and said, "Oh," in the grateful way people say it when the world has the courtesy to keep its promise. "Who?" "4th floor," Lena said. "We tie." You could end the story here with groceries delivered and a system intact, but buildings like tidy cadences less than people think. She didn't end it. She wrote a manual. It wasn't long because people won't read long manuals about thread. Title at the top in black pen, boxed with a ruler. Stitch. What it is, how to be. Bullet points that weren't bullets, but small squares in homage to Mrs. Katz's notes. Don't cut. Tie. If it hums, listen. If it pulls, knock. If it sings long, call. Tape eyelets when painting. Chalk arrows at knees. Learn Soul's knot. Teach someone younger than you. She posted it beside Soul's photo, and beneath it, clipped copies of the card of codes she'd lettered by hand on cardstock you couldn't accidentally crumple. People took them. People returned them when the corners got soft. One came back with a pencil edition in a teenager's careful print. White X. Party on roof. Bring chips. Scope, Lena told him when she saw it, and they both laughed. On an evening that pretended to be summer without having earned it. Lena stood at the window over the fire escape and watched the scarf woman 2 kitchens over lift a pot lid and release a little weather. The red line lay quiet under her baseboard, present without performing. She pressed her palm to the seam and felt warmth come back through paint and wood, and whatever dust does when it learns to serve. "Okay," she said to the apartment, to Saul, to Mrs. Katz, to the men with clipboards who had not cut, and to the men who might one day try again. "I'll stay." The line answered with the smallest pluck, approval made into a gesture. If a room could nod, it had. If you were listening for the supernatural, you heard it. It didn't arrive as a hand from a mirror or a breath on the back of a neck. It arrived as a seam that refused to be decorative, as a pattern that whispered what it knew, as people who chose to fit the present to a line that had proven itself kinder than convenience. When Val asked on the phone, half joking, "So your building is haunted?" Lena said, "Held," and felt the word, "fit." And when the city did what cities do, forget and remember, and forget again, she had a way to remind one small length of it how to behave. She tapped the baseboard once before bed because rituals make good neighbours out of knights, and the stitch tapped back so politely you could almost miss it. She didn't, and that is the end of tonight's stories. 3 ordinary people, 3 dark corners of the world, a crawl space that knocks, a train that shouldn't exist, and a single red thread holding a whole building together. Each one starts simple, a sound, a shadow, a small detail you could explain away, but if you've been here long enough, you know what comes next. That's how it always begins. If you were in Evan's house, would you have gone into the crawl space? If you were Marisol at the station window, would you have looked in? And if you lived in apartment 4B, would you have tied the line or cut it? Tell me below. I actually read those. If you like these stories, or if you just want to make sure your walls don't start humming tonight, tap that like button so the algorithm knows what's good. And if you haven't already, subscribe, because next week's story is about a voicemail that someone kept getting years after the person who left it had died. Until then, be safe, be curious, and remember, sometimes the quiet isn't empty.